فتحوا وافتح.
Por ejemplo,
Hello.
Yes.
Ok. C'est comme l'autre jour. Le rappelle. Instant. J'étais là.
Mais,
Il va come back. Cuando
Test.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon for some of you. Welcome back to our meeting to continue our
Recording
discussions
in progress.
Concerning this text of the draft recommendation on open science. Today we are going to work on part 5 of the draft recommendation, monitoring, and we are going to also work on the preamble that, as you remember, I had told you I would keep until the end. Now, depending on how we proceed today, how fast we advance, we will see whether we could end our work today. The idea, if we finish early enough, is to break, send you the last part that would have been adopted today, cleaned up, so you can verify that we have done things as you had.
we cannot hear you. Are you?
Cannot hear you.
Okay, let me see what is happening. Can you hear you? So I have been speaking to myself all this time? I think so. So you heard nothing? You want me to start from the beginning?
Yes, please, because we didn't hear one.
All right, no problem. I'll start again. Well, I wanted to welcome you, first of all, to this meeting today. As I said yesterday, we are going to discuss part 5 on monitoring and the preamble. You must have received all the amendments that were presented by member states. We are going to see how things go today, how fast we advance, and we will evaluate the situation and see whether we can finish our work completely today. And this will depend on what time we finish the negotiations of part 5 and the preamble. If we finish early enough to allow us to send you the clean text of today's adopted amendment, and give you 2 hours to read everything we have sent you, everything that was adopted since the beginning, like all the parts, the whole text of the recommendation, we could come back and have a final adoption of the text today, so you will be free tomorrow. But, of course, this will depend on when we finish the negotiations. I do not intend to push anyone into going faster than they would want. We will continue giving the possibility to everyone to speak and take the time we need to find consensus on each paragraph. And we will see. If things go fast, we will try to end today, and if not, we will continue with the final adoption and the report of the rapporteur tomorrow. I wanted also to tell you that we're going to do our best to send you this report of the rapporteur a little beforehand, as much as possible, just for your information, knowing that the report of the rapporteur is not adopted by the plenary, so it is the report of the rapporteur. But for the sake of transparency, as I told you that we will be working in full transparency, you will receive it beforehand. And if there is any major issue, you will let us know. But please remember, it is not meant for adoption by the plenary. Having said all this, I would like to invite you now to move to part 5 of the text of the recommendation, monitoring. We would therefore move to the chapeau. We received no proposals of amendments for the chapeau. So unless anybody has any objection, I would like to adopt it as you see it on the screen. Any objections?
Yeah, meeting. It's knowledgeable, but it's tough.
Would you please mute your microphones, all of you, please, because we are hearing some members speaking here. Thank you. So I see no objection. The chapeau is adopted. Paragraph that you can see now on the screen. Does Jamaica wish to speak? I see no request for the floor from Jamaica, so I put this amendment for your consideration. Dear colleagues, any objection to this amendment as you see it on the screen? I see no objections. I consider, with your permission, okay, Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just ask maybe a question to Jamaica. We don't have any concerns about mentioning any specific target groups such as early career researchers in this context, but generally paragraph A was addressed to all target groups. And if we add early career researchers, we narrow down this entire paragraph a lot. So maybe we can add a little bit of language here to avoid narrowing down this just on early career researchers, because we lose a lot. Maybe we could say after potential negative effects, have a comma and say including on early career researchers, or maybe we don't need to mention early career researchers here at all, but this, I would leave this to Jamaica, but definitely we need an including here at least.
Thank you, Germany. I think the word including would deal with your concerns. Austria, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not that I want to spoil the party. I think Germany had a good point. But we have both now, but without making things too complicated and losing time. But we have twice the word including the identification of unintended consequences and potential negative effects, including. My understanding is also, I don't want to speak for Jamaica, so with the indulgence of Jamaica, maybe it's meant to just highlight the importance for particular early career researchers. So maybe instead of including, we could say particular or especially. and highlight and give more visibility to early career researchers. I mean, UNESCO has a special priority group, but these are youth. So why not putting a spotlight on early career researchers?
Thank you, Austria. This is a very good idea, especially on early career researchers. Thank you. So any objections to the amendment as you see it now on the screen? Any objections? I see none. Adopted. Paragraph B, we received no amendments to this paragraph. So I would like to put it for adoption as you see it on the screen. Any objections? I see none. Adopted. Now we get to paragraph C, where we have amendments from France, Luxembourg, and Russia. I will start with the Russian amendment, since it's the furthest away from the original, as it is asking for the deletion of the paragraph. And we'll give the floor to the Russian Federation to explain the rationale behind their proposal. Russia, you have the floor.
Good day to all. Now I can't see the video. I can't see myself on the video for the time being. Ah, yes, here we are. So a good day to you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The Russian Federation considers that in this part it would be better to go back to the drafting that we had in the first version. That is to say, to delete 24C from Part 5. The subparagraph C was not there. So for us, this document is more general in nature. We have a number of open questions as to implementation, and in this paragraph we have a very detailed description of actions to be carried out by member states under the recommendation. And this could in fact include changes in legislation of the state, introduction of various monitoring mechanisms. But let's not forget that this document is a recommendation. It's not an international agreement or a treaty or a convention, the kind of documents that are ordinarily associated with monitoring mechanisms. So we think that there should be a sort of a general description of the principles to be applied by member states in implementing this recommendation, and that there should not in fact be imperatives. This would I think require of member states to do certain things that they may not consider to be appropriate, because after all, a lot of this is done by the private sector in any event, and it would be impossible to do certain things by the state, to impose certain things on the private sector. So all in all, this would impose too much of a burden on the ratifying states. Thank you.
Thank you, Russia. What I want your assistance in is which text you want to replace this paragraph with, because the reason why we didn't include anything in the text before you is because there were several early drafts and the Secretariat could not determine which one you would like to replace paragraph C with. Could you please put in the chat the paragraph from which version, which is the paragraph that you would like to propose for the meeting to consider instead of the paragraph C that is now on the screen? Could we have your assistance in this? Yes, the Russian Federation, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question. Let me make our thoughts crystal clear. Our delegation proposes, in fact, that 24C be simply deleted. It was not in the first version, and we would like to have it deleted and not replaced.
Okay, now it's clear. Thank you very much. France, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Full support for the work that you have done and the way you're guiding our work. Madam Chair, as indicated by our Russian Federation colleague, we're working on a recommendation. So there is no thought here to create any obligations or to put in place some sort of framework within which all member states must fit themselves. And since it's a recommendation, yes, but there's no reason not to propose a monitoring framework, which would not be imposed, but be proposed. And that is why we do suggest that the recommendation include this point on developing a monitoring framework with qualitative and quantitative indicators and within national strategic plans. Thank you, and I give the floor to Austria.
Madame la Présidente, just to echo and expand on what my distinguished colleague from France just said. Indeed, if I would draw the attention, I would draw the distinguished delegate of the Russian Federation's attention to the chapeau, where we say member states are encouraged to consider. So it's something very facultative that Russia can decide to implement or not. But I think it's very important that we keep it as a list of things that member states should consider, and being very clear on the modalities for such a monitoring and evaluation mechanism, because that's the crux of the matter. Policies are fine, but if you don't monitor and evaluate, you never know whether they're effective and they're going anywhere. So we feel it's very important that this level of detailed description of possible measures need to be kept. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The UK, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry about the background noise. I would just like to support, if possible, the interventions made by Austria and France just now. I'd just like to add that from the UK side, we have rather strong feelings about monitoring, and there's also the fact that monitoring should be undertaken independently of the commercial sector. So for us, we quite like this section, and we'd quite like to retain the rather prescriptive elements of that section if possible. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, the UK. Australia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon. Yes, we would absolutely agree with keeping this paragraph in. We think the importance of suggesting possible mechanisms really highlights the need to continuously monitor and evaluate. Otherwise, it's really impossible to know whether progress has been made. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Australia. I see no further requests for the floor. I see support for keeping the paragraph in the chat, so I revert back to the Russian Federation. Sir, it seems that there is no agreement in the room to remove this paragraph. Would you consider withdrawing your amendment? Russian Federation, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good day once again, and thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to stress that for us it is very important as a principle that the recommendation remain a recommendation and that it not impose anything, that it not be imperative. So we can accept things that are worded as recommendations for states. I mean, for different states, this could have different consequences for their legislation, for the way they govern their public sector and their public sector in the field of science and scientific research in particular. I mean, these systems differ enormously from one country to another. So we really want to end up with a recommendation that is not imperative. Thank you.
Thank you, dear colleague. What I haven't understood, though, is whether you would accept removing this paragraph, or you would want to change the content of this paragraph in order to make it read more as recommendation language, as you see it from your perspective. So maybe we could work on the content of the paragraph, because there is no support at all for removing it completely. I give you back the floor, and then I'll give the floor to Austria. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you once again, Madam Chair. Yes, we would require just a bit of time to come up with a softer wording of the paragraph, and we'll come back to you. Thanks.
Thank you. In the meantime, I move to Austria. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I'm afraid I have to repeat myself. I just really don't understand how the Russian Federation can see this text as any obligation, is imposing any obligation. Can the Russian delegation please start reading the text again? It says very clearly, member states are encouraged to consider developing monitoring framework. I cannot see how we can weaken that text anymore. How can any Russian international lawyer explain to me where there is an element of obligation, of legal obligation in the wording? Member states are encouraged to consider. So I'm with all due respect, because the Russian Federation has made throughout, whenever they wanted to delete something, this argument that a recommendation has to be a recommendation, but it is a recommendation, meaning it's legally not binding. And the text throughout, wherever we propose a framework, always says encouraged to consider. So if with all due respect, Madam Chair, I don't think that we can work on weakening that subpara C. And I think there was overwhelming support in the room that said we need that level of detail to give ideas to member states. And this is really encouraged to consider means it's a pick and choose approach, very much according to the context of the member states. I honestly, if the Russian Federation is very worried that they are under any sort of obligation, I would urge them to come up with a statement that they can certainly make, or I don't know, Madam Chair, you can put that in your report. But I think if we cannot agree on simple facts of how we work here, that a recommendation is a recommendation, meaning no legal obligation, and that the words mean what they mean, it's very difficult to come to any sort of consensus.
Thank you, Austria. I'll keep on with the list of speakers. Thailand, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would respectfully submit that we add the word voluntary. So it's something like developing voluntary monitoring framework with qualitative, blah, blah, blah. So that would kind of make sure that this is not a compulsory framework. Thank you.
Thank you, Thailand. Could we add it below? Don't touch the original for the time being, please. We'll listen to everybody, and all suggestions are added below the original. France, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm taking the floor once again to support the position that we've just heard from Her Excellency the Ambassador of Austria. We can't soften or weaken the text any further. As has been said, it is a recommendation. The chapeau of the paragraph reminds us that this is a recommendation, and there is no suggestion of imposing or obliging anyone to carry out monitoring. Thank you very much. I give the floor to Uruguay.
Many thanks, Madam Chair. I think that we can agree with what other delegations have had to say. Austria, France, the UK, Australia. We do understand this is a recommendation. It's not binding. And we've heard this in various different sessions. We've pointed it out ourselves when we were looking for a consensus. We do understand Russia's concern as to the sensitivity and the specific context here, but this is also covered in the chapeau of the paragraph, where, for instance, it's mentioned that every member state will act in accordance with its circumstances, specific constitutional form, etc., etc. And all we're doing here is making a recommendation. We're not obligating anyone to do anything. And in this context, therefore, we can't really follow Russia with the idea of imposing anything. Every member state's sovereignty is being respected. And the second premise of this paragraph, which is to encourage member states to study the possibility, etc., etc. So every member state maintains its prerogatives, its sovereignty, because we are talking about sovereign prerogatives here. And I think that the feeling in the room, or at least everyone in the room who has spoken, is that we are in favor of maintaining this as it stands without the amendment. And we would like to ask our Russian colleagues to be flexible on this point. Thank you.
Thank you. I would give back the floor to Russia if they are ready. The Russian Federation, yes, you have the floor.
Well, once again, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would like to express gratitude to you for the way that you are running this meeting. And since we're prepared to be flexible, and we would go along with the proposal of Thailand, if we could add that word voluntary monitoring at the beginning of the subparagraph, and then that would be acceptable. But at the same time, we would like to delete the words with qualitative and quantitative indicators. If that's the way the wording runs, then we could certainly support it, and it would make it very clear that this is nothing obligatory, but just a recommendation. So we add voluntary and we delete with qualitative and quantitative indicators.
Thank you, Russian Federation. So, dear colleagues, I would like reactions to this new proposal by Russia combined with the proposal of Thailand. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good day to you all. We must object to the wording proposed currently. This is not a compromise that, in our view, is workable, and especially the addition of the word voluntary, which implies that the monitoring that would be set up would be essentially to the goodwill of whoever is monitored, is not how a national monitoring framework should work. And putting this in the recommendation that essentially it is not feasible or it is not desirable that a state should, as part of its open science strategy, monitor open science action not on a voluntary basis, but also on a thorough basis, is not a suitable form of monitoring for something of that sort. Thank you.
Thank you, Switzerland. I now give the floor to Finland, to be followed by Cuba. Finland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good day to everyone. We agree with Switzerland. And also, as previously very well put by Austria, even if no matter how mandating and how strong the language is here in the paragraph, this is anyway nevertheless going to be a recommendation. So if it's recommending something that you don't like, you don't need to take it. That is the fact of life. So watering down this text even further will not will only be very detrimental to those who want to take this recommendation and use it as a tool. And for that reason, my objection goes to deleting qualitative and quantitative indicators, because we think that level of detail here is extremely important, so that we don't only fall to some general quantitative indicators or numbers of papers that are in the open access or something similar. We have been talking for a number of days already about the holistic paradigm shift, holistic approach to open science and how it covers and encompasses all kinds of, all facets of scientific endeavor, really. And therefore, it is quite important, in our opinion, that the monitoring framework will be holistic and all-encompassing in a similar way. So therefore, we would ask the qualitative and quantitative indicators to be kept in the sentence. Thank you.
Thank you, Finland. I now give the floor to Cuba. You have the floor.
Many thanks, Madam Chair. Cuba will join the consensus we're seeing emerge in the room. The other version was acceptable to us as well, but we understand the preoccupations expressed by other countries. And the proposal made by Thailand could also be valid and could also be a path toward consensus. We could support that as well. The idea that we have a voluntary monitoring framework, the idea here is to arrive at consensus, obviously, but we will reiterate that we will join the consensus we see emerging, but we're also in favor of the original wording, and we could support some other form of consensus as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Cuba. I really would like us to find a consensus on this paragraph. I don't think it's very complicated. Now, I have a long list of member states asking to take the floor. I'm going to give everyone the floor, and I'm seeing that there are now member states supporting flexibility. I am going to make an attempt. All those who spoke so far insisted very much on the chapeau that already introduces the flexibility to this whole Part 5 on monitoring, and mentioned the words encourage to consider, which of course shows that nothing is compulsory. So my proposal is to reflect this in this paragraph C by simply saying, considering the development of monitoring frameworks of a monitoring framework with qualitative, quantitative, and all the rest remains the same. I would like to know whether this could be acceptable to the Russian Federation and all the colleagues. It just reflects what they all said, which is already in the chapeau, but maybe putting it here again would reassure the Russian Federation and make it accept this paragraph as it is on the screen without removing the words qualitative and quantitative from this paragraph. So before I continue with the list of speakers, just to know whether this is acceptable or not, because if it's not acceptable from the Russian Federation, there is no point in discussing it. I will withdraw my amendment, my proposal immediately. The Russian Federation, would you accept the paragraph as it is now on the screen? Russian Federation, would you please take the floor?
Да.
Yes. Yes.
Да, я включил.
Yes, I have switched on my microphone. I don't see the video, but can you see me and hear me?
Yes.
Все.
Excellent. Thank you. Madam Chair, thank you very much. A huge thanks for your proposal. Yes, I think we are coming close to a consensus. but we would nevertheless prefer the proposal of Thailand, that be kept, that we have the word voluntary. I would like to stress once again that the structure of scientific research in different states is hugely different. There's enormous divergence, and those who are in favor of a stronger version of the recommendation in this more imperative form have a scientific research that is carried out in the private sector generally. And sometimes there can be, as a result, inequality between the public and private sectors, some being more subject to monitoring, others less. So that's why we would prefer voluntary, especially since in the words qualitative and quantitative indicators are words that we already find in the chapeau of the paragraph. Thank you.
Thank you. I therefore continue with the list of speakers. So there is no support for the paragraph as it is on the screen like this by the Russian Federation. Lebanon, you have the floor, madam.
Oui, bonjour, Madame la Présidente.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Personally, I find your proposal very logical. To envisage setting up a framework, for me that's a good compromise, perhaps to arrive at consensus, so as not to spend hours and hours more here. We could add something that would assuage our Russian colleagues' concerns to the extent possible, for instance, dans la mesure du possible in French. I don't see, on the other hand, how we could remove quantitative and qualitative, because once we're talking about follow-up, obviously there have to be indicators, both quantitative and qualitative. So personally, that's how I see it. I don't think that the term voluntary necessarily is adopted to this context, however. Thank you very much, madam.
Floor to Colombia. Colombia, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias.
Many thanks, Madam Chair. Let me take advantage of having the floor to congratulate you on your excellent chairing of this meeting. We're all making progress, which is what we all wish. Colombia does not support including voluntary here. We think this would greatly weaken the language. We could support your proposal to say considering, even if we consider the word consider is also a bit work, but if it would bring us to a consensus, we could support that. And we are certainly in favor of holding on to qualitative and quantitative, because these will be important indicators, and given that we're also talking about social human sciences, which we've included in this recommendation, there has to be something specific here. So to sum up, Colombia would like to hang on to the original language. We could accept the proposals made by France. We are not disposed to accept voluntary, and if it would allow us to arrive at a consensus, we could accept your proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Colombia. I give the floor to France. Vous avez la parole.
France has the floor. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry to break my word here, but I have felt obliged to ask for the floor again very quickly. I just wanted to share with the room and with you, Madam Chair, two thoughts. Starting on the observation that once again we are talking about a general recommendation. The first thought I wanted to share is that if we introduce something here, and I thank Thailand for this, the term voluntary, that could let us understand by default that the rest of the recommendation is not. And that, I think, would cast some doubt on the nature of this text, this recommendation that we are attempting to bring into the world. And in spite of the goodwill expressed by Thailand, we could not live with this idea of voluntary here. On the other hand, for countries who are talking about setting up a framework for monitoring, those countries would have to converge on a method. And that method is defined in two words. And for us, there is no question of eliminating those two words, which are quantitative and qualitative. So those who would wish to set forth framework for monitoring will have a normative, non-binding framework that is relatively specific that will allow them to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Franz. Dear colleagues, before I continue with the list of speakers that is getting very long, I am told that Russia is willing to accept the proposal of the chair. So I would like to know whether anybody opposes this proposal. This will allow us to have a consensus on this paragraph before we move to the Luxembourg proposal. So all those who have their hands raised now disagree with this proposal. Russian Federation, you want the floor? Please, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Now, following the appeal of a number of states, the Russian Federation is prepared to be flexible and therefore to accept the wording that you, Madam Chair, have proposed. I think that this is a sufficiently flexible wording that brings us closer to the consensus. And following up on what Franz was said, yes, the process of developing a monitoring framework will necessarily have to be quite dynamic. It will take time. It will take place under different scenarios in different countries with quite different indicators. And after a certain period of time, maybe 1 or 2 years, we'll be able to gather some information as to how the monitoring frameworks have been developed in different states and compare that and maybe learn from one another. Thank you.
Thank you, Russia. Poland, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say that in the chapeau, we have encouraged to consider, and in this proposal we have considering, so it's encouraged to consider considering. So I think it's a strange wording, and we should look for some other word, because it doesn't make much sense to say that the member states are encouraged to consider considering. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear colleague from Poland. If you have some other wording, please propose to us. I don't know whether anybody has any other suggestion, but I really would invite us not to lose a consensus we are building here for just a repetition of wording. I mean, it's Austria. You have the floor, madam. Maybe you can come up with something.
Thank you very much. We totally support your proposal. And I think for colleagues, yes, we do see that it's considering, but that's the beauty of diplomacy. We would accept that stylistic, ambiguity, yes. Let's say that.
As we are used to, dear ambassador.
Let's get on. Let's take it. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for your useful stewardship. Not useful is an understatement, I'm sorry, for your excellent stewardship.
Thank you, thank you. Dear colleagues, I think with this wording on the screen, before we move to the second part that Luxembourg is proposing and debated separately, I would like us really to agree with this wording that is not perfect, but as you know, when we are more than 100 countries, drafting perfect is impossible. So with your indulgence, I will ask Poland to take the floor and support us. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much. So maybe the word exploring would be a good one here. In C, exploring the development of monitoring framework and so on and so forth.
Actually, I think this is a good word. Very good word, but I will put it quickly to the room. If there is any objection to it, we will keep considering and move forward, please, with your indulgence. Yes, Togo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Togo would like to suggest adding the word devrait, should, to the consideration about setting forth indicators, etc., etc. Thank you, Madam Chair.
What would this be in English? Œuvrer. Listen, I'm seeing in the chat that everybody's saying to keep consider. So with your indulgence, please, so that we don't waste time. I know that countries would not want to waste time and are not asking for the floor, but the chat is very clear. Let's please, with your permission, I would like us to agree to this part of the paragraph as it is now on the screen. And if there's no strong opposition, I consider that this is agreed. I move now to the proposals by France and Luxembourg. Could they be please introduced? And I would like to know whether there are any objections to these proposals. Luxembourg, maybe you would like to explain, sir. Of course, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly, to give you the reasoning behind the amendment Luxembourg has proposed. We think that it should be recommended that the monitoring and follow-up on open science should itself remain open, and therefore essentially be under the control of the public authority concerned, since this is also largely determined by infrastructures, to the extent possible, these infrastructures for monitoring and data collection, because we are talking about data which are of central and vital importance for research systems and science in general. These should, to the extent possible, be non-proprietary systems and structures. Thank you.
I therefore now open the floor for reactions on this amendment and the French amendment. Please give me an indication whether it is acceptable to you. I have Switzerland to be followed by Germany.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The proposal made by Luxembourg is a very important one, and it's clear that recognition of public control and oversight of monitoring will bring real value added to this text. Nonetheless, to our way of thinking, it's also clear that private players will be necessary for the implementation of this monitoring. And to that end, the second sentence in Luxembourg's proposition, saying that it is vital that there be no delegation to the private sector, in fact, is contradictory with the first part of the article, saying that in one part that the public and private sector should be involved, and then saying in the second part that they should not be. So we would suggest in the second part of the sentence saying that it is vital that this part is both redundant and contradictory. Moreover, even if public oversight is very important, it's also very important to recognize the role of the scientific community in monitoring. And to that end, we would suggest that we say in the first part, this should be explicitly maintained under public oversight and or that of the scientific community to the extent possible, etc., etc. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Switzerland. Let me give the floor to Germany. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much. Switzerland has just taken most of the words out of our mouth. We also fully support Luxembourg with regard to the need for open, non-proprietary and transparent infrastructure. But at the same time, we don't want to keep private sector innovation from outside of the monitoring of open science. So we believe that it's possible that also the private sector adds innovative approaches to that regard. And that therefore we strongly support Switzerland in striking out the second sentence, and also strongly agree with the changes or the amendments proposed by Switzerland to the first sentence. In particular, we would like to support the term oversight instead of control. A public oversight is vital in that regard. Public control, for us, it's too strong wording, and we also would like to add what Switzerland has said on a public control, public oversight, and or of the scientific community. I think that was the wording proposed by Switzerland, which we fully support. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. And I now give the floor to Singapore. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the Luxembourg position we agree with, but I think it's too idealistic. If you look at the situation today, all the agreed to bibliometrics is led by the private sector, mainly because they are willing to do the data analytics and put the resources required. And furthermore, I think if you leave it to the private sector, you would not probably get consensus across national boundaries. So I suppose I would recommend the monitoring of oversight should be kept under public control where possible. I think the word explicitly and where possible is contradictory, so it just should be kept under public control where possible, supported by open, non-proprietary, transparent infrastructure. And I'm supportive of deleting the second sentence because in practice, I believe that the private sector may come up with more innovative approaches as highlighted by Germany, and we should not discount them straight away. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Maybe, therefore, you could consider if some countries want to keep it, to say that it is vital that this monitoring aspect is not limited to the private sectors. Just a proposal. Luxembourg, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I would like, first of all, to indicate that I support Switzerland's proposal, but I think I could now also say that I support your proposal from the chair, adding the mention of limit, to say it's not limited to the private sector. Thank you very much.
Merci, le Luxembourg.
Thank you, Luxembourg. Let me give the floor to Brazil.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you very much for your excellent work in this meeting. I think we are advancing a lot, thanks to the procedure that you have adopted. We would like also to thank Luxembourg for presenting this amendment. We think it's very important to keep public control in this document. And we would actually prefer to keep delegated, but if there is a consensus around limited, we would, of course, agree with this too. But in my opinion, the fact that we are saying that this monitoring should not be delegated to private sector does not exclude the private sector from it. It just said that the public control should be under public authority. So we don't see any contradiction in this paragraph. I think actually the second phrase complements the first phrase. Of course, when we say that it's under public control, of course, we are integrating all the actors in the process. You're just saying that it should not be delegated to them, to their control, to the control of the private sector. So we would prefer delegated, but we would agree with the consensual proposal, if everybody agrees. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. The UK, you have the floor, to be followed by Colombia and then the Russian Federation. UK, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be very brief. We really like the amendments made by Switzerland and Germany. So if we'd like to support those particular amendments as they appear on the screen. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, UK. Colombia, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Many thanks, Madam Chair. We also support, as Luxembourg does, this idea. We think that it is extremely important this be an open and inclusive process. And we could also agree with what Switzerland has had to say, the amendments put forward by Switzerland and Germany. We could agree with both. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Russian Federation, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We, too, would like to support the proposal of Switzerland and Germany. And we would like to stress once again, since we're adopting a general recommendation, we need to be careful in the difference between public and private science. I mean, a very good example is the way states are dealing with the coronavirus epidemic. I mean, some are more reliant on the public sector, some are on the private sector. So there needs to be full equality between all states in this regard. So we support the proposal of Switzerland and Germany.
Thank you, thank you, Russian Federation. I give the floor now to Côte d'Ivoire. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to everyone. I'd like to go back to, in the proposal that was made, and in the second sentence we're saying that monitoring should not be delegated entirely or limited to the private sector. Could we not simply say should not be only delegated to the private sector? Thank you very much.
Je vous remercie, la Côte d'Ivoire.
Thank you, Côte d'Ivoire. You have beat me to it. I was going to propose, in fact, using exactly that form of words, because clearly there are countries that wish to hang on to the sentence in the paragraph and who prefer the word delegate to the word limit. So one possibility here would be precisely the proposal that Côte d'Ivoire has just made. To use the word only delegated, should not be only delegated to the private sector.
Donc, il y a...
France is asking for the floor. You have the floor, France. Thank you, Madam Chair. I might have some reservations on only delegated, which recognizes that some part of this monitoring will be necessarily delegated. Perhaps you could say completely delegated, but I have some reservations on using only because of what it makes us suppose. Completely delegated.
Mais non, je ne suis pas sûre que ce soit une bonne proposition.
I'm not really sure that's a good proposal either, because we're talking about defending the principle that it be the public sector or the scientific or academic community that guides the piloting of this evaluation, even if operationally some aspects of implementation are carried out by the private sector, and that would be entirely acceptable. So in terms of delegation, perhaps the initial wording proposed by Luxembourg would in fact be best.
OK. Bon. Donc, il y a une préférence pour garder cette phrase telle qu'elle est, avec la formulation initiale. Quelques pays ont demandé de...
So some countries have asked that we remove this entirely. Others like the initial wording. We will have to make a choice here. Let me give the floor to Lebanon, who may help us make some progress. You have the floor, madam. We cannot hear the speaker properly. The sound is breaking up.
Moi, je rejoins ma collègue
Vous avez une mauvaise connexion.
You have a poor connection, madam.
On ne vous entend pas.
No, we can't hear you, says the chair.
Du moment où on ajoute cette phrase, c'est comme si d'offre privée.
Once we add this sentence, No, we're sorry, we really can't hear the speaker.
Vous m'entendez?
Non, Madame Elzen, on n'a pas...
No, madam, we haven't heard you at all, says the chair. If you would be kind enough to repeat the whole thing. I was saying that I agree with my colleague from France. Once we add this sentence, it's as if we were automatically saying that monitoring was in the hands of the private sector. So we would need to entirely rework the sentence. Thank you very much.
À la France de nouveau, suivi.
France has the floor and then the Philippines.
Merci, Madame la. Thank you very much, Chair. Very briefly, along the lines of what has just been said, and subject, of course, to approval by all those present, and yourself included, we'd like to propose a positive wording rather than a negative one. That is to say, it is vital that this monitoring aspect include both the public and the private sectors. Thank you, Madam Chair.
This is a new proposal to put, say the same thing basically, but in a positive way. I put it for your consideration. Philippines, maybe you could react already, to be followed by Brazil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And since this is my first time to make my intervention today, I'd like to congratulate you on a very wonderful way of managing this meeting. I fully support, the Philippines fully supports the recommendation of Luxembourg, but we would like to propose a revision of the second sentence. It would read actually very similar to what France has just proposed, that we actually proposed the phraseology, it is vital that the private sector is engaged in the monitoring aspect. But this could also include the public sector that was mentioned by France. Furthermore, we agree with Germany that instead of the word control, we use oversight, public oversight. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Brazil, to be followed by Germany.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to thank the French delegation for proposing this raising. And I would just like to amend it a little bit. Maybe we could say the monitoring process may include, but not be delegated to the private sector. Maybe that can solve the problem. And I would like to say also that we prefer to keep public control instead of public oversight. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we can say that we have a consensus on the use of oversight rather than control. So I would like the Secretariat to change this already in the text. Nobody is opposing this. I heard nobody opposing the addition by France for the first amendment by France on international level. If you could also introduce it. And now let us just agree on this last sentence. I give the floor to Germany to react. There are 3 proposals now. I have one by France, one by the Philippines, and the one by France amended by Brazil. So Brazil, your hand is up. Does it mean that your amendment was not correctly reflected, or you forgot to put it down?
I think there was some misunderstanding regarding oversight and control, because we said that we actually prefer control instead of oversight.
Oops.
So, but of course, we're not here to block anything, but...
So, okay, I'll come back to it, don't worry, my mistake. I didn't hear at all the opposition, but I must skip what you said, I'm sorry. Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the first proposal, we actually think that oversight is a much better term than control, and would be not very flexible to accept the term control. I think for us, we actually would have liked to strike out that entire first half of the sentences and just go directly from monitoring to to the open, non-proprietary and infrastructure, transparent infrastructures, but we can accept to have the term should be kept under public oversight, but not control, and we are quite firm on that. As regards the second sentence, the proposal which has been made by Brazil just a minute ago is actually fine. We can live with that. But at the same time, I would also like to ask, does this compromise really have so much content? It basically says it can be both. Public and private sector can both be involved. And from our perspective, if that's the solution, maybe we don't need the sentence at all because it does not have too much content anymore. So that was our original proposal along with Switzerland to remove the second part, but we can live with the Brazilian compromise solution. That's not a problem.
Thank you for your flexibility for the second part, because there is a lot of support to keep the sentence. So if we can get an agreement on the Brazilian proposal, we would be able to move forward. Colombia, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señora.
Many thanks, Madam Chair. Well, with the consensus we've seen, I don't know if what I'm going to say isn't just going to put the debate back in motion again, because for Colombia, we're not just talking about the public sector. We're talking about the public, meaning open to the public in general, the public as society. Here there's a question of societal inclusion, which has emerged several times over the last days and is applicable here in monitoring. We're not just talking about the private sector and the public sector, but rather civil society as well, which could play a role, or citizens. I don't know how we can express this, because we're talking about different sectors, and to say that society will be excluded from this monitoring. But this could be a different understanding of what the language is attempting to do here. And so using this word public, I'm not entirely sure what is actually intended here. And I'd like to clarify this. When we say public, doing public as in public sector, or public as in pertaining to society? Thank you.
Thank you, Colombia. I'm not going to even venture, but I understood it as public is everyone. So I don't know whether it means something else, but for me, it includes everyone as to the private sector, where it is more private business sector. So, but I'm not the expert here. So Cuba, you have the floor.
Sí, muchas gracias.
Many thanks, Madam Chair. Just to express our support for what Luxembourg has proposed. This seems to us very sensible. And also on the second sentence, where we've heard what Brazil suggested. And we would support that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. UK, you have the floor. UK? Yes.
I can't hear anything.
We can see you. We can hear you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Apologies, the sound, there was a bit of a delay. I would like to, obviously we support the Luxembourg amendment, and we like the Switzerland amendment and the German amendment, and now we think that the Brazilian amendment here is a good compromise. So we'd like to support the Brazilian amendment as it is on the screen, that may include but not be delegated to the private sector, if possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Could we clean up the text and introduce all these amendments that are seeking support? For me, what is still pending is the choice between oversight and monitoring. And I would really like to go back to Brazil and ask whether Brazil would be flexible on this and let us keep the word oversight. Brazil?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would really prefer to keep public control, but if we are the only country with this position here, and if there is consensus around oversight, we would not block the agreement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brazil. So please let us clean up this text completely now, both in French and English. I'll give the Secretariat 1 minute. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. So before we move for final adoption. I have a request for the floor from Côte d'Ivoire. You have the floor, Madam.
Thank you very much, Chair. Coming back to the last part that was proposed, include but not be delegated. But could we say could include instead of may include? Could include but not be limited to the private sector and other communities. Thank you. I'm not sure whether this is going to end up reopening the debate, but we do have a proposal of Côte d'Ivoire to say could include. Do we have objection?
The previous text immediately. Anybody has any objections? Yes, I'm giving them the time to clean up the text, and then we will see if it is acceptable to everyone. Colombia, yes, you have the floor, Madam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I cannot start my video. Okay, now I can. Thank you very much. Just a little thing and I'm speaking in English since revising private sectors or private sector in English. I don't know what is correct. Private sector,
think it's
maybe? Yes.
Private sector.
Yes, perfect. Thank you. And other communities also kind of reflects our worries before to understand under public oversight that the public must be more wide and not only public sector. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Germany, you have the floor, to be followed by Finland.
Thank you. Thank you for how you organize quickly our process. We are in the cleaning up phase. We are fine with may or could. We support adding other communities, but we don't think that we need to start a sentence with the term "it is vital," because we can just start this monitoring aspect may could. This "it is vital" doesn't really add anything at all here.
Okay, I don't think this would cause any major problem for anyone, but again, I might be mistaken. Finland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to make the same point. It is vital doesn't fit to the sentence so well anymore now that it's been amended many times. So we are happy with the current formulation that's on the screen now. Thank you.
Okay. Australia, you have the floor, Madam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just a little concerned about the addition of or other communities at the end. I feel like I'm not entirely sure what is meant by that addition there, and it feels to me that to some extent we would want other communities to be part of the monitoring, but this is suggesting that they are being excluded. So my suggestion would be to end after the private sector. Thank you, Madam.
Okay, so there is a request to delete or other communities. Brazil, you have the floor, to be followed by France.
Thank you, Madam President. Actually, I just wanted to say that in the French version, it's written peut inclure, mais n'est pas être limité au secteur privé. Et je pense qu'en fait.
But I think, in fact, it would be better to change the word limité in French to délégué, to bring it in line with the English delegated.
Yes, the English is the original. Please stick to the English is the original. Okay? Thank you. France, you have the floor.
Oui, merci.
Thank you, Chair. We would just like to support what was said by Australia and to we don't have the initial intention of limiting the involvement in the monitoring process of the private sector. Thank you.
You have the floor.
Gracias, señora Presidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for taking the floor once again. Excuse me. I agree with the explanations that we've had with 4 other communities, but then we would have the same concern. However, I don't know if in the English drafting we can clarify this. If someone in the chat has an idea of how we can say whether this is clear or not. Under public oversight, whether that's clear that that includes the public sector, meaning society in general. If that's so, then that's fine. And then I would have another question. When we say under public oversight or of the scientific community, is that correct? Is that the right way to write this? I don't know. When I read it, it doesn't seem to me clear, but perhaps it's I who am not understanding the English language properly. And when we talk about control or oversight, I don't know. It seems to me that it's important to be very clear what monitoring is, because there are responsibilities in the public sector, but also in the public, generally speaking. Thank you.
Okay. Lebanon, you have the floor.
Yet again, thank you, and hello again, Madam Chair, to respond to the colleague. I mean, if we say public oversight, that of course includes the public institutions, but also society. Otherwise, we would have said oversight by the public sector, but we just say public oversight. So I think it's very clear that this includes both public institutions and the society at large. As to the last sentence, I don't think that we need to add other communities because that can have very different meanings. I mean, depending on the country, a community has a very divergent meaning. So let's leave it at private sector.
I fully agree with what you just said. It is our understanding also that public means everyone. But in that case, I think we should say public oversight, including the scientific community, because the scientific community is part of the public at large and not separate from it. And maybe that would deal with the concern of Colombia and would reiterate that what is meant by public. But I give the floor to Brazil, to be followed by Luxembourg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, I just wanted to propose what you mentioned. I think public oversight is a term that is already in use and already includes society as a whole. And it's not the public sector itself, it's the public control, public oversight, which is the whole society. And including the scientific community is much better than the formulation that was before. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. I give the floor to Luxembourg. You have the floor, sir.
Yes, thank you, Madam. Madam Chair, just to this public versus government, I think public has a wider meaning because otherwise we would have stated government oversight. And that is not what was meant here. It's clear that it's public oversight in the wider meaning of including society as a whole. But I think the compromise that you just have suggested, Madam Chair, is perfectly acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you, Luxembourg. Colombia, is this okay with you?
Muchas gracias, señora Presidenta.
Many thanks, Madam Chair. That seems perfect. Thank you all very much for these clarifications. We don't want there to be any ambiguity here in the understanding of this. It's very important to us. And I would reiterate then that we would agree with getting rid of or other communities at the end because of the different ambiguities that have been explained. Thank you all very much for the different proposals and the help that has been offered, and we would agree with the text. Thank you.
Thank you. We still have to choose may or could or basically the same. Germany, do you have a preference?
I still don't have a preference, full agreement with the text, but just to add mark up that we miss a should, that after the terms include but, we need a should because that's just missing.
Okay. So if everybody agrees, we could say could include, but should not be delegated. No. This. Okay. I don't know whether this is okay with you. Please take a minute to read this paragraph in both French and English and let me know whether now it is something you would be ready to adopt. Hammer is up. I see no request for the floor, so maybe I would take it that everybody is agreeing to the text. And are you stopping me, ADG? You or something? Huh?
Just checking if there's no names coming up.
Okay. No requests. No requests for the floor. Adopted. Thank you. So we move to the following paragraph, which is the final paragraph of this part, if I'm not mistaken, for which we have not received any amendment, and would therefore request to adopt it without, if there are no objections, of course. Any objections to this paragraph? No, I see none. Adopted. So with this paragraph, we would have finished part 5. I would now ask you to move to the preamble, which is the last part we need to work on in this draft recommendation. Continue. Preamble. We have received amendments to the preamble that you must all have. They were sent to you yesterday. So I would invite you, therefore, dear colleagues, to start with the first paragraph. The General Conference of the United Nations, the Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, etc. No amendments received to this paragraph, so if there are no objections, I consider it adopted. The following paragraph, starting with recognizing the urgency. No amendments received to this paragraph either. So if I see no objections, I will consider it agreed. Acknowledging the vital importance, etc. No amendments received. May I consider it also acceptable? Okay. Adopted. Further acknowledging no amendments received. Any objection to adopting this paragraph? I see none. Adopted. Noting the transformative potential. I would like a clarification from Austria. Is the proposal of Austria an additional paragraph or an amendment to the paragraph on which we, the one we are considering now? Madam Ambassador, could you please just give me a clarification very quickly?
Yes, thank you very much. This would be a new paragraph.
A new paragraph after this one. Thank you.
Okay, following the noting.
Noting the transformative potential, anybody has any objection to this paragraph? We received no amendments to this paragraph. Grenada?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairperson, for giving me the floor. On behalf of St. Vincent and the Grenadines and on behalf of Grenada, we would like to add a few words at the end of this paragraph. It's not an amendment in the substance, but it is generally added when we talk about the achievement of sustainable development goals and beyond. And we would like to add, particularly in Africa, least developed countries, landlocked developing countries, and small islands developing states, SIDS. I think that also the amendment is in the chat now. Thank you.
France, you have the floor.
Merci.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have no objection in principle, of course, but I'm just wondering from a methodological point of view whether that amendment was received by the Secretariat in advance.
A representative of Grenada, before giving the floor, I wanted to say the same thing. You can, of course, amend an amendment that is under discussion, but even if this is what we usually put in UNESCO language when we speak about Sustainable Development Agenda, this is a new amendment that you are proposing. Maybe there is a way of introducing it in the following paragraph, maybe, I don't know, but I leave it to you. Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me back the floor. I wanted to be short and not give a lot of explanation. It's true that we did not intend to submit any amendment and to keep the recommendation character very universal. This is why we did not propose an amendment in the deadlines. Nevertheless, looking at the following paragraph, submitted by Austria, and recalling the UNESCO's global priorities and putting accent on a region, we thought that when we talk about global priorities, we could also mention the priority groups and the groups that need specific attention. This is why, in fact, we proposed it very late, but we recalled that you said that we can react to an amendment if it's not presented in the deadline. So if you allow me, I can say that it is linked to the following amendment, and we can keep it between brackets until the following amendment is or not adopted.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam. Let's not complicate things. I would like to know that following this explanation by Grenada, saying that in fact it is reacting to the following amendments, since the global priorities have been mentioned, which was not the case in the whole text of the recommendations. Usually the priority groups of UNESCO are automatically mentioned also. So would anyone object to this proposal by Grenada and St. Vincent and the Grenadines? Cuba had asked for the floor, removed the hand. I can guess that Cuba wanted to support it. Any objection to this amendment? considering the explanation? I see none. So the amendment is adopted. Thank you. We move now to Austria's proposal. It's a new paragraph. Maybe Austria would like to take the floor.
Yes, thank you. Very briefly, we've already agreed in the operational part to several references to the need to mainstream gender equality aspects, and that this instrument should be gender transformative. As I explained there in our discussion in the operational part, gender priority, a global priority, gender equality in Africa are our guiding overarching principles that should be mainstreamed throughout our work. We felt that it would be important also to put it in the preamble where we sort of set the tone for the recommendation. That's the reason why we introduced this amendment.
Thank you, Austria. Any objections to this amendment? Sweden, you have the floor, madam.
No objection, Madam. Thank you for giving me the floor. Sweden would just like to echo what was said by the distinguished ambassador from Austria and would like to strongly support the new paragraphs post. Thank you.
Thank you, Sweden. Russian Federation, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We have no objection whatsoever to the proposal of Austria, but we would just like to remind you that when Austria made a similarly proposal, it was proposed to change gender dimension to gender equality aspects, and that was accepted in the previous text. So we would suggest that we do the same here, and that we change gender dimensions to gender equality aspects in line with the previous proposal. Thank you.
Let's see. So we have a proposal of amendment from Russian Federation. Gender equality aspects instead of gender dimensions. I will continue with the list of speakers, and now I have a request from France to be followed by Lebanon. Thank you.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the Russian Federation for the amendment to the amendment. We cannot, as things stand, accept this. It would be very complicated for us. In any case, I think we would be reducing the gender issue, but with an eye on the desire for consensus and under the total authority of the Austrian ambassador, and if she didn't agree, we will immediately withdraw our proposal. We could say aware of the global priorities of UNESCO on gender equality in Africa and the need to integrate all these elements into scientific practice and policy, and then we could get rid of aspects linked to equality which I think give an undesirable weakening to the gender dimension here. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Thank you, France. We were just about to make a similar proposal, actually. Let me give the floor to Ms. Elzin from Lebanon. You have the floor, madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a comment. I have the impression that the word Africa is out of place here. We're talking about gender, and Africa just seems to be arriving here in a somewhat random fashion. Perhaps I'm wrong. Could someone tell me why we're linking Africa and gender? Yes, I can clarify this. Seen from outside, obviously, you're right. It could seem strange, and I understand why you see it that way. But this is fairly UNESCO-type language, in fact, because UNESCO has two global priorities, which are gender priority and Africa. And they're always mentioned together. And then followed usually by the priority groups, which, as you've seen here, or the Grenada delegation and St. Vincent and the Grenadines as well had wanted to introduce here. So this is really very specific to UNESCO. And we never mention one priority without the other. I hope that I have answered your question. Yes, thank you. Well, then it does seem to me what my French colleague has said is more logical if all of these elements be considered under the gender heading in that way. Thank you. Austria, you have the floor, madam.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I also shall thank my distinguished colleague of France for his amendment, and we would be ready to accept it with just one amendment to his amendment. Could we, instead of elements, say aspects? Because element doesn't seem to me the right wording. So to mainstream all these aspects into open science policies. And then I think we got everything. Integrate all these, or mainstream. I would actually prefer mainstream because that's the wording we use for gender and other equality aspects, to mainstream all these aspects in open science policies. And I think integrate, intégrer is rather the French, but the English terminus
is mainstream, absolutely. Mainstream. We always use mainstream. Austria's right. Thank you. Is the text now with these amendments acceptable to all of you? I see no objection, no request for the floor. I just want to make sure I don't hammer my coffee. So I consider this paragraph adopted. Thank you very much. We move to the following paragraph. Considering the more open, transparent, etc., no amendments received. Could we adopt this amendment as you see it on the screen? I see no objection. Adopted. Following paragraph, noting that the global COVID-19, etc. Here we have amendment by Switzerland. The amendment is all in red, but Switzerland is not changing the whole paragraph. Maybe the Secretariat could capture the exact amendment and integrate it above so that everyone could see what exactly is being amended. Yes, or move into black what comes from the original. Thank you very much. In the meantime, I'll give the floor to Switzerland to explain. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We made this amendment mindful of the fact that we do not want to raise a major new discussion here. However, if this paragraph describing how the COVID-19 health crisis can be understood in the context of open science, we feel that it can be useful to really be quite specific on how to understand this COVID-19 health crisis. The original formulation was formulated as essentially a list of various collaboration and also, of course, the equitable access to scientific information, but essentially as a list of items. And what we are proposing here is a small rewording that emphasizes first the importance of equitable access to the latest scientific information, but then that enriches this narrative by essentially recognizing that the availability of the scientific information that can be equitably accessible is itself the result of an enhanced global scientific collaboration, scientific sharing of scientific knowledge, etc., which was the truly exceptional aspect of this moment of COVID-19 health research. So this is the intention of our proposition. As I said in the introduction, if this is turning into a contentious point, we would be happy to retract our amendment, but we feel that since this is in fact a relevant historic reference which we are making in this text, that it can be improved in that way. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Switzerland. So, after this explanation, now I open the floor on this paragraph as amended by Switzerland. If countries wish to speak, yes, I have Brazil. You have the floor, madam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, Brazil would rather prefer to keep the original version. We believe that this new wording weakens a little bit the message, because also the idea is not just to historically say what happened, but also to note the urgency of fostering. Like, this is a looking forward and taking into account the experience and looking forward to what we should do. So I think changing urgency for importance and instead of fostering, saying that it was already the result, I think we are looking backwards, and I think it's not the message. We are saying that it's important to keep this spirit. So we would prefer to keep the original version. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. I now give the floor to Germany, to be followed by Jamaica. Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, originally we thought that Switzerland has a very interesting proposal here, because the addition to of that sentence, which we see in brown now, that the latest scientific information is the result of enhanced global scientific collaboration. That's a very good observation, and that would fit very well into this paragraph. However, after that sentence, we lose the connection to the beginning of the paragraph, because in the original version, we had a clear sentence that we need a number of, we have a number of issues such as access, sharing, decision-making, all of that has urgency. So there was a clear structure in the sentence, and we feel that the structure and the content of that paragraph is somehow lost due to the proposal by Switzerland. And especially at the very end of the sentence, it's not clear how supporting science and knowledge-based decision-making, what that connects in the beginning of the paragraph. So I would agree with my Brazilian colleague. We should probably get back to the original wording here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Germany. Jamaica, you have the floor, and to be followed by Cuba.
Thanks, Chair. So Jamaica, we also are moved to keep the original paragraph. It appears more acceptable for us. Countries like Jamaica, since a number of international agreements provide certain flexibilities for developing countries or small and vulnerable economies. The preference will be to retain this original paragraph.
Thank you, Jamaica. I now give the floor to Cuba, to be followed by Switzerland.
Many thanks, Madam Chair. I just want to take the floor to talk about the previous amendments of Grenada and San Vincent. We're talking about see how flexible you were in the room were, and to have that accepted, which is very important for a large group of countries. Now, concerning this paragraph that we're looking at right now, here we would prefer the original version of the text, the original drafting, which Jamaica and Brazil have both very aptly said. For developing countries, the issue of access or fair access is an urgent issue. The pandemic has made this into a true emergency. And I think that when we look at this message, we see that the first words are the most important ones, and we really would like to keep that original wording. Thank you.
Thank you, Cuba. I now give the floor to Switzerland, to be followed by Australia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. we take note of all the important messages that have been given by the previous speakers, and we fully recognize that in our edit we did lose some important aspects that should not have been lost. As such, we will not attempt to make a compromise solution, another alternative, but would instead propose to retract our amendment, which we see, while it had good intention, is probably not helping the conversation. If that's acceptable for you, Madam Chair, we would simply like to retract this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Switzerland. So the amendment is withdrawn. Therefore, we would like I would like to adopt the text as it is, the original, unless anybody has any objection to the original. Lebanon? You have the floor, Madame.
Oui, Madame la Présidente.
Yes, Madam Chair. If we could just add not just the emergency, but also the need to foster and share equitable access. And so if we could add that to not just urgency, but urgency and need. Thank you.
Thank you. Any objection? Any objection to this amendment? So I see none. Any objection, therefore, to adopt this paragraph as you see it on the screen, the original as slightly amended by Lebanon right now? I see no request for the floor. It's adopted. We move to the following. Here again, we have a proposal of amendment by Switzerland. It looks like a big one, but I think it's a very small proposal. I mean, it's not the rewording of the whole paragraph, so please, could you please put in black what is original and just put in red what Switzerland is amending in this paragraph so that everybody could see it clearly on the screen. Thank you, and I give the floor to Switzerland. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And indeed, yes, it is only two minor amendments in this preamble paragraph. The first amendment concerns the deletion of the openly in front of available. And the reason for that is that we believe that the essence of this preamble paragraph should be to mention that these subject matters should be available to all countries. So it's a more general message that we want to give here. And then the second one, well, let me just say, like, again, this is something that we think would improve the preamble paragraph. It's not something that we are insisting on. The second minor amendment is that we also deleted the exceptions and flexibilities as this is already covered by referring to the rights and obligations. In fact, it's an internal part of the international agreements that they also include exceptions and limitations. So in our view, it's redundant.
Thank you, Switzerland. So now that the amendments are clear on the screen, I would like to know whether there are any objections. Austria, forgive me, Austria, not Australia. You have the floor.
Still no kangaroos in Austria. I'm fine with the Swiss amendment. Could we just, for better readability, add an end between rights and obligations? So it would read in accordance with the rights and obligations under international agreements. Maybe under applicable, but that's more under applicable international agreements. Rights and obligations under applicable international agreements, but yeah.
Thank you. I have a request from Brazil. You have the floor, Madam.
Thank you, Madam. We would rather prefer to stay also with the original version of this paragraph. If Switzerland said it's not a point of absolute discussion for them. We think openly available is better than just available. We are talking about open science here, so I don't see why we should remove this word here. And well, I think in this context now, in which we are discussing access to vaccines and the benefits of science, I think it's important to keep the original wording, including exceptions and flexibilities under international agreements. I think it's already, I think his concerns about international agreements is already included in the text. So we would rather prefer to keep it the original as it is. Thank you.
Thank you. So Brazil prefers to remain with the original text, and now I give the floor to Jamaica.
Jamaica also prefers to keep the original because we feel as if the Swiss proposal again deletes important elements. So we prefer to keep the original.
Okay. I have no further requests for the floor. Switzerland, you have the floor. Switzerland?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. And as we said, this we believe that actually to refer to the exceptions and flexibilities, this is already an integral part of the rights and obligations under the applicable international agreements. So maybe we are fine to maintain the openly in the First Amendment, but on the Second Amendment, I think then it should read that in accordance with the rights and obligations, including the exceptions and flexibilities under the applicable international agreements.
Thank you. I give now the floor to Australia. Australia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would support leaving openly in here. We feel that this is actually a rather important word in this particular sentence, and I think really sort of encompasses somewhat the entire purpose of the recommendation. So we would strongly prefer to have openly left in. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you please put back openly, since even Switzerland accepted it, so it's no longer deleted. And now I would like to have any further intervention to react to what is now on the screen. Lebanon, you have the floor, madam.
Oui, madame.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a small detail. Wouldn't it be preferable to put free access instead of freely? It's a question I'm asking.
Yes, this only concerns the French version. Thank you, Lebanon. Okay.
Merci.
So, no, Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a minor amendment. I think the including the exceptions and flexibilities should be within comma, so to make it clear that the international agreements apply also to the rights
sure.
application.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so as it is on the screen now, acceptable to all of you? Okay, I see no request for the floor. It is therefore adopted as it is on the screen. Thank you. I move to the following paragraph. We have an amendment by Russia, and Russia is requesting the floor to be followed by Austria. Russian Federation, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. This section
Well, we would like to go back to the initial wording of the text, in which there was a reference to Article 27 regarding scientific research. We feel that what has been added in 2710 is inappropriate here. The 10th article talks about criminal charges, and the Article 19 refers to the right of conviction and to open science, and we feel this is too broad an interpretation, because we feel that here this would be referring not only to scientific matters but to other matters. So we feel that we should limit this, and that we should go back to the initial wording with a reference only to Article 27. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, dear colleagues, before we go any further, I wish to say to the room that the Secretariat had indicated before that 10 is a typo. So 10 is not supposed to be in this paragraph in the first place. However, the paragraph, initial paragraph does include 27 and 19. Thank you. Having said that, now I open the floor for discussion. Austria, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thanks also to the clarification as to 10. We would very much support the keeping of Article 27 and 19. Article 27 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights refers to the right to science, or the right to benefit from scientific progress. And Article 19 is the famous article on freedom of expression, which is very important in our context because it refers to academic freedom. We have already in the operational part supported references to academic freedom. It's only logical and opportune to refer in the preamble to these two specific rights, which are applicable in the specific context of open science. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Austria. I now give the floor to France.
Merci.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thanks to the Austrian ambassador for her remarks, which we obviously support. We are strongly attached to upholding the Articles 27 and 19 as to Article 10. As the Secretariat has told us, this is an error, but we consider, under your authority, Madam Chairman, that it's a happy error, because this is the article that says that everyone has right to having their trial heard freely by an impartial trial, jury, etc., etc. And so we would consider here that the trials that we sometimes see scientists undergo should also benefit from Article 10 with equitable legal protection. In any case, we are not going to insist too much on 27 and 19, but we would wish to keep Article 10, or at the very least to make a global reference to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. But that would really be in an extreme case if the Russian Federation did not withdraw its request for amendment, or if that was in some other way a barrier to consensus. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, France. Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Germany is strongly supporting the position just mentioned by Austria, and with regard to the position just mentioned by France, we would underline that the entire principles and the entire Universal Declaration of Human Rights is affirmed in this paragraph. So the entire paragraph speaks about the Universal Declaration and just highlights those two articles, which also from the German perspective are particularly relevant and necessary to reference here. It's both the Article 27 and the Article 19, because all these articles represent the fundamental freedoms that are necessary for science, and they have to go together. We also strongly support maintaining the 2007 United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. In that declaration, there is also a very important article on the knowledge systems and on the scientific insights that indigenous peoples have. So that really fits perfectly, and it also goes very well along together with the many references that we have in this text to indigenous peoples and their knowledge system. So this is not optional that we have it, it's absolutely necessary that we have the reference to the second declaration in this paragraph as well. It's a very strong position to keep that language. Thank you.
Thank you, Germany. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I would like to echo what my colleagues from Austria and Germany just mentioned. We think we understand the reasoning behind the Russian amendment, but we believe that Article 19 is absolutely important because it relates to freedom of opinion. And when we are talking about open science, we're also talking about academic freedom. So I think, which is a kind of freedom of opinion too. So it's important to emphasize this here. And as my colleague from Germany just mentioned, we also believe that the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People is also important because we are talking about open science in the broadest term, also including indigenous knowledge, dialogue between science and other social actors. So I think it is important to keep this formulation here too. So we would prefer to keep the original one. Maybe we could agree with removing Article 10, but at least the Article 19 and the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, we would like to keep. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. I now give the floor to Colombia, to be followed by Uruguay.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta, y siendo muy breve.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. I will try to be brief. I won't repeat what my colleagues have just said. Colombia wishes to maintain the reference to the Declaration on Indigenous Peoples' Rights, because this concerns traditional knowledge. It's necessary to recognize the different forms taken by knowledge in this Declaration on Open Science, and we would also like there to be a reference to Article 19, because Article 19 is about freedom of opinion and also academic freedom and the freedom to receive information, and therefore we feel it is extremely pertinent to refer to Article 19 in this recommendation. Thank you, Madam.
I give the floor to Uruguay, to be followed by the Netherlands.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. Nosotros queríamos...
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. I wish to endorse what has been said by the previous speakers. We feel it is crucial to refer to these articles in a recommendation on open science. We would like to keep the initial wording, and in particular the reference to Articles 27 and 19. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights as a whole is important regarding a recommendation on open science, but we feel that these two articles in particular are highly relevant, and we also endorse what was said by Germany regarding the reference to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in general. So the suggestion not to refer to specific articles, we would be prepared to go along with that, and we also in favor of the reference to indigenous people's rights. Thank you.
Requesting the floor, Netherlands, Jamaica and Togo. This list is closed. Netherlands, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be short. The Netherlands strongly supports what Austria said, and thanks Austria, and also what was supported by France, Germany, Brazil, Colombia, and Uruguay. Article 19 is essential. Thank you.
Thank you. Jamaica, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. So Russia's proposal to delete the illustrative list of excluded groups would not be favorable at this time. Attention to women and scholars from less disadvantaged country would be important for Jamaica.
Thank you. Togo, you have the floor, and please correct the screen in French.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. We will go along with consensus. The delegation of Togo, therefore, is in favour of maintaining Articles 27 and 19. This is essential, and furthermore, the Universal Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples is also extremely important. In fact, it's crucial. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Merci. Je donne la parole.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the UK. You have the floor. UK. Please.
Chair, I would just like to lend my voice to the interventions that we've heard before and echo their comments. We also believe that Article 27, 19 and the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People have their place in this paragraph, and we think it's a very welcome addition to this text. Thank you very much.
Thank you, UK. So, dear colleagues, I would like now to come back to the Russian Federation. Dear colleague from Russia, as you can see, there is no support for deleting these articles or the reference to the delegation on indigenous people. So I would like to give you the floor. May we have your reaction? You have the floor, sir.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairperson. We've listened very carefully to all the interventions. I wish to thank everyone for voicing their opinion. We agree with the Chair's view on the fact that there is a typo on Article 10, and we suggest, therefore, the right numbering. Therefore, first of all, we refer to 19, and then Article 27 in the correct order, and also to leave the reference to the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you, Russian Federation. I therefore now request the member states to look at this paragraph as it is now on the screen and as accepted by our Russian colleagues, and I would like to put it for adoption. Yes, put 19 before 27. I mean, it makes sense to start. Thank you. Thank you. Can we adopt this paragraph as it is now on the screen? Any objections? I see none. Adopted. Following paragraph, recalling that one of the key functions, etc., received no amendments. Could we adopt this paragraph as it is on the screen? I see no objection. Adopted. Following one, building on the 2017 UNESCO Recommendation, there is an amendment by Switzerland. Switzerland, do you wish to explain? Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, this is a precision because in our view, this recommendation, of course, touches upon various different issues. So that's why we added the among other. And then the second amendment is to actually be more in line with the language used in this recommendation, which is in preamble paragraph 4. I think they talk about the significant value of science as a common good. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to wait for the Secretariat to integrate both amendments in the original so that everyone can see. Any objections to this amendment by Switzerland? We'll add the second one. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We don't have any opposition to this amendment, but I think it's just missing one S after other. Among others?
Yes, thank you.
Accept it.
Okay, can we adopt this paragraph as it is now on the screen? I see no objection. Adopted. Following paragraph. Recalling the 2019 UNESCO Recommendation on Open Educational Resources. We received no amendments to this paragraph. Could we adopt it as it is now on the screen? Could we just freeze on this one so that everybody sees it? Or are there amendments to it? No. Okay. Could we adopt the paragraph as it is now on the screen? I see no objections. It's adopted. We move to the following paragraph, recognizing the importance of the existing international frameworks, etc. And here we have an amendment by Switzerland and an amendment by Luxembourg and a proposed revised paragraph by Côte d'Ivoire and an amendment by Singapore. I don't know whether any of the authors of these amendments wish to say something. Singapore, you have the floor, to be followed by Switzerland.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for letting us have the floor. This speaks to our amendment. That's the last one in the list here. We made the amendment solely to recognize, along with protecting the rights of scientists into their scientific productions as used in the original here, we also included this to also recognize the scientists' right to commercialize IP arising from their research and to collaborate. And perhaps for better grammar, the last three words of our amendment should have read, collaborate with other parties. Collaborate with other parties instead of collaboration with industries. That's our amendment below. So, or collaborate with other parties. Yes.
With other parties.
Yes. That said, we also have some comments on the other amendments here. As to the Swiss amendment, we think it's important to also recognize to keep the reference to the protecting the rights of scientists to the scientific productions. As to the Luxembourg amendment, we are not sure if this normative statement here is universally applicable as a principle in the preamble, and the rest of the recommendations already speak to open access, so I'm not sure how much this adds to the discussion. As for the Côte d'Ivoire amendment, we are not sure about the language. It introduces the concept of an inappropriately designed IP right. And we're also not clear as to what the paragraph means when the text of the recommendations already note that open science and intellectual property can go hand in hand. And the recommendations also speak very strongly as to how the exceptions to open science are limited. That's it. We made our amendment, the last one here, without the intention of raising a big discussion or raising a contentious point. So as a fallback, we would much prefer to stick to the original language as used in the original draft. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Singapore. I give the floor to Switzerland, to be followed by Luxembourg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me just first start by explaining the rationale for our changes. The first one is that we included the term legal in front of the framework to make more clear that here we are talking about the international legal framework. And the second amendment is to delete the last part of this preambular paragraph, as in our view, it doesn't really add much value. In fact, it's rather confusing because it just refers to the rights of scientists to their scientific productions. However, and also as stated in this recommendation, open science involved various actors, so it's a little bit confusing and misleading for us to include just a reference to the rights of scientists. So I think we could shorten the paragraph and it would make it much better from our perspective. Now, while having the floor, I think, well, I keep it there. I just explain my rationale, and I'm happy to hear to other comments as regards also to the other amendments, and I will probably come back on the other amendments later. Thank you.
Thank you, Switzerland. I give the floor to Luxembourg, to be followed by Germany.
Thank you, Madam Chair. By way of an explanation, the amendment proposed by Luxembourg sets out the link which is missing between the reference to the international legal framework regarding intellectual property, namely access. The first part of the paragraph recalls the protection of the rights of scientists to their scientific production, but in the context of open access, there is also a duty, or shall we say a tendency, a need to have licenses for scientific publications. So they need to have a public license, otherwise open access is not possible. This also refers, we could have in fact added a reference to the Berlin Declaration, which is referred to 3 paragraphs further on, which recalls the Berlin Declaration of 2003, which encapsulates the title or the wish, the intention to award a public license for open access to scientific publications. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Germany.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Germany supports the amendment made by Switzerland. Germany can accept the proposal made by Singapore, but also it has no strong feelings for that Singaporean amendment. As regards the 2 amendments made by Luxembourg and Côte d'Ivoire, however, we have more a principled issue here, because in both proposals by Luxembourg and Côte d'Ivoire, statements of content are made, and in our perspective, this language, the statements that a public license, for example, should be applied to all scientific publications, that is actually something which should go into the main body of the recommendations. It is not something which we can easily accommodate in the preamble. And unfortunately, we think that the same applies to the statements made here by Côte d'Ivoire. This is, in our opinion, this is too much content, and it's not really fitting well into a preamble. So we cannot really easily accept these 2 amendments here. Thank you.
Thank you, Germany. I now give the floor to Ghana, to be followed by Brazil.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ghana have carefully listened to the explanations provided by those proposing the amendments, Switzerland, Luxembourg, and Singapore. And in our view, the main amendment we should be making is what Switzerland has put there, legal. They're talking about legal frameworks. And once we do that amendments and we recognize the fact of intellectual property and protecting the rights of scientists to the scientific productions, and I particularly like the word productions, which means that it's all embracing. We can leave it as it is. So we would go along adopting the Switzerland amendments, including legal, in the wording that we have, existing international legal frameworks, and then leave the rest as it is. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Ghana. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we would also agree to keep legal as proposed by Switzerland. But we believe it's important to also reaffirm the rights of scientists to their scientific productions. Maybe we could make a different wording as we included existing international legal frameworks, in particular on intellectual property and on the rights of scientists to their scientific productions. Regarding the proposal of Luxembourg, we understand the reasoning behind it, and we think it's a good inclusion, but we believe it's not the place here, because here we are in the preamble, we are just affirming general principles. I think we are talking about public licenses in the text itself. So we would prefer not to keep it. And Côte d'Ivoire, we also believe it's not needed to include it here. We are already saying that during the whole recommendation, we are affirming the compatibility between intellectual property and open science, and we should stick to this. I think it's a matter of understanding both. Actually, it's not in contradiction. I think even the observers have mentioned here from the property, intellectual property organization mentioned that. So I think this is a negative paragraph, this one that Côte d'Ivoire proposed. And also we are against including the proposal of Singapore. So we would rather prefer to keep legal framework and then reword the end of the phrase, as I mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. Cuba, you have the floor.
Gracias. Thank you, Chair. Yes, just along the same lines as Ghana and Brazil, we would prefer to stick with the first paragraph as proposed by Switzerland with that amendment, and then we could reword at the end of the paragraph. And we do think that rewording it the way that Brazil has suggested would be better than eliminating it. So we could go along with that. As concerns the Luxembourg and Côte d'Ivoire and Singapore proposed amendments, we think that this isn't the right place to talk in this preambular section about these kinds of issues. Remember that in the preamble, we're just really setting the scene. I don't think we should go into that kind of detail. So that is why we'd prefer with the paragraph with the first Swiss amendment and with the end of the paragraph as proposed by Brazil, or the original wording. We're flexible thereupon, but in any case, that's where we're sitting. Thank you.
Thank you, Cuba. Finland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we support the beginning part of it, the Switzerland's amendment to it, and when it comes to mentioning explicitly the rights of scientists, as Brazil has suggested, that sounds to us like a good compromise, a good way of formulating it. And I would also like to support our German colleague that the amendments indeed made by Luxembourg and Côte d'Ivoire should be on the operational chapters, and we have actually mentioned many of these things and listed them in the operational paragraphs instead. So they as text, they do not really fit here in the preamble. And moreover, in the Côte d'Ivoire proposal, I think the understanding from the outset has been that we do not start to kind of renegotiate IPR systems here in this recommendation, and therefore as well the mentioning that here would be out of place. We are, however, very flexible with otherwise on how to formulate this paragraph, including the Singapore amendment. So flexibility there, but just a reminder that we are talking about the preamble part the recommendation, and the operational paragraphs have already, luckily and with the excellent chairwomanship, been achieved and accepted. Thank you.
Thank you, Finland. Singapore, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Having heard the interventions of the various member states before us, I'd just like to indicate our flexibility to also go along with the Swiss amendment, the first sentence up to the comma property, as well as recognize, as well as the Brazilian amendment here that says, and on the rights of scientists. We are flexible to go with this text. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for your flexibility. I give the floor to Côte d'Ivoire. You have the floor, Madam.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Côte d'Ivoire has closely followed what has been said by the delegates, and we agree to withdraw our amendment. Thank you, Madam. Luxembourg, you have the floor. Luxembourg. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. After listening to what has just been said, I would like to say that we are prepared to withdraw our proposed amendment, and we endorse the Swiss proposal as well as that of Brazil. Thank you, sir. So what I suggest to the room is that we adopt the paragraph which is in the process of being finalised, which combines the amendments of Switzerland and Brazil. But I see that our Swiss colleague wishes to take the floor. Switzerland, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, colleagues, also for the support of the Swiss amendments. Just a question whether in the Brazilian addition or like proposal to our amendment, whether this shouldn't read actually and including the rights of scientists to their scientific productions, as of course there are also it's probably part of the intellectual property. So. That would probably be more appropriate.
I think that this is what Brazil said, but she will correct me if I'm wrong. Brazil, could you please confirm?
Well, actually, I had proposed and on the rights, but I think including is also acceptable.
Okay.
Can go along with it.
Thank you, Brazil. And thank you, colleagues, all of you, for your very constructive approach to these negotiations. We really appreciate it. I would like now to put for your consideration the paragraph as you see it on the screen. Could the Secretariat clean it up? Because sometimes we can't see what is deleted. Yes, please. Right. So, can we adopt this paragraph? Colombia, you have the floor, Madam.
Gracias.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, and just to ask then, does that mean, don't we also have to take out the comma in front of colluding or in front of including, or does that need to stay? Because the importance of existing international legal framework, including the rights of scientists. So is including part of with associated more with intellectual property or associated more with the legal framework? I'm just querying the use of the commas. Thank you.
Good question. It's up to you. So Brazil, could you reply to the query of Colombia, please?
Sorry, I missed it, actually. She was requesting to remove
The issue of the comma, wondering about the place of the rights of scientists. Are they part of the framework or the intellectual property right? I mean, we need clarity in the sentence.
Okay. Well, I understand that the rights of author are under intellectual property rights. And so, yes, so maybe we could remove this.
Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I think we can remove it, but to make it clearer, I think we should add, in particular, on intellectual property rights, including the rights of scientists to their scientific productions. Thank you.
So add the word rights after property.
Yes, indeed.
Okay. Voilà, le français. Okay, maybe we got it right this time. So, as it is now, could we adopt this paragraph? I see no objection. It's adopted. We move to the following paragraph. Okay, so here we have amendments. Switzerland, would you like to explain your amendments, please? Yes, you have the floor. I have two of you. I don't know which one wants to explain, but you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just trying to start my video. I think it should be started now. Again, here we propose to shorten this preamble paragraph to make the message clearer that actually that acknowledge the practice of open science, which is anchored in the values of collaboration and sharing and built up on the existing intellectual property system. We believe that the rest of this paragraph is somehow dealt with in the operational paragraphs. And we mentioned that a couple of times that, of course, the recommendation would benefit from being as concise as possible and also to avoid repetitions which may potentially not be consistent with some other basically provisions that come in the operation paragraph. So in our view, we don't really see the added value of this part that we deleted in the preamble paragraph. That's the reason why we propose the deletion. Thank you.
Thank you, Switzerland. Dear colleagues, having listened to the explanation by Switzerland, I would like to know whether anyone in the room objects to the Swiss amendment. Luxembourg, you have the floor, sir.
Yes, thank you, Chair. This is unfortunately an amendment that we cannot support. We think it is absolutely essential to keep the reference to the open licenses. And that is part of the approach of open science. So I think for us, we find this essential, and we would like to keep the paragraph as it is. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like now to give the floor to Brazil. You have the floor, madam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we do agree with our colleague from Luxembourg just mentioned. I think it's important to keep the original paragraph because actually we understand also the reasoning of Switzerland, but we believe that it's good to emphasize here what is open science bringing to the forefront of the collaboration in science and everything. Of course, it builds upon existing intellectual property systems and it goes further. It fosters collaborative approaches, open licensing. So I think it's important to keep this inclusion here. We would prefer to stick to the original paragraph. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. I give the floor to Jamaica. Yes, Madam. Could you please take the floor? Jamaica, we can see you.
Oh, so Jamaica wants to also keep the original paragraph, including open licensing. The original paragraph would be preferred. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamaica. China, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I also support keep the original paragraph. I think the open licensing or even the other description is the key issue for this paragraph. Thank you.
Thank you, China. Switzerland, it seems that there is no big appetite to delete a part of this paragraph as you are proposing. I would give you the floor then to see whether you would consider that we remain with the original one. You have the floor, sir.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Yes, I recognize that there is not support for this shortening of the preambular paragraph. In that case, I just wanted to know whether actually, in order to avoid inconsistencies in the language that we are using throughout this recommendation, we believe that actually we should probably add, where actually when it starts adds to the public domain, we should probably include adds materials to the public domain. I think this was also language that we use in the operational paragraph. And then it goes on and makes use. I would include as appropriate of, and then when we refer to the flexibilities in the IPR system, which is, by the way, something that we are already dealing in a different preambular paragraph. I think in this context, it would be much better to actually refer to basically, I repeat again, makes use as appropriate of exceptions in accordance with international law to amplify. And by doing these changes, I think it's also flowing better what we have in the operational paragraphs.
Just take a second to put everything on the screen. And put back, yes, the deleted text in front. French, please, yes. Thank you, Switzerland. So this is what now is proposed by Switzerland. I give the floor to Brazil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We can accept the proposals of Switzerland, but I think if we keep exceptions like that, it's a bit weird because we're not saying exceptions to what. So I think we should either include exceptions to the intellectual property systems, but then I think it would be also, we would be again saying that intellectual property systems is not in accordance with open science practices. So I believe that actually it would be better to keep flexibilities. Maybe we could add materials to the public domain and make use as appropriate of flexibilities in the intellectual property systems. I don't know. I just think exceptions without a component is a bit strange. It's not clear about what we're talking about.
Thank you. Thank you. Brazil, Luxembourg, you have the floor, to be followed by Australia.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We could perhaps go along with the first change with the addition of materials to the public domain. We think that actually clarifies it, and so that's a good change. But for the moment, as currently worded on the screen, this part about exceptions in accordance with international law does not seem to be the best wording. We don't really know which kinds of exceptions we're talking about, and so that is why we would prefer to have the mention as it was in the original wording, mention of flexibilities within the intellectual property systems. So that's where we sit. Thank you.
The floor again to Switzerland before taking the other speakers. Maybe they would clarify or adapt the language before I continue with the list. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much. Indeed, these are good observations, and I think it should actually read as of IPR exceptions in accordance with international law. So that would probably clarify that here we are really talking about the IPR exceptions. I think this is also the language that we are using in paragraph, I think it's 21H, if I'm correct, where we talk about intellectual property exceptions. It's in paragraph 21H. I thank you.
Thank you, Switzerland. Australia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Australia is comfortable with adding materials, but we would prefer to revert to the original language. Intellectual property rights exceptions are found not just in international law, there is domestic laws around international property rights, and so we think it's inconsistent to make the changes suggested in that section by Switzerland. We would prefer to keep it as it was.
Thank you. Cuba, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would prefer the original wording, but in order to go along with the consensus, we could accept the latest suggestion by Switzerland, at least for the first one. However, the second one, we think it's actually less understandable than the way it was written before. Remember, this is a preambular section, and I think adding something like this to a preamble would not actually be appropriate. With all due respect to my Swiss colleague, I do think it might be better to save this kind of mention in the the operative part of the text. But for now, we would prefer that second amendment to stick with the original wording. Thank you.
Thank you. Singapore is my last speaker on the paragraph, and then we would conclude on it, please. Singapore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. just to echo what Australia contributed earlier, we agree with the point. We just wish to echo the point that intellectual property rights exceptions also exist in domestic law as well as international law. So perhaps the second ending part of this the amendment here is a bit problematic, and we could perhaps stick with the original. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, could we, if Switzerland agrees, revert to the original, please, since there is a majority requesting that we do stay with the original text? Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And in fact, I think the colleague from Cuba made the point here, and that's exactly the reason why originally we proposed to delete the entire second part of this preamble paragraph, because it goes more into what we actually include in the operation paragraphs, and in fact it wouldn't be needed to include such language in a preamble paragraph. Now I take that the room wants to keep language in this context, and so I think just one question, because I didn't hear much opposition to use in terms of the term flexibilities, to use the term IPR's exceptions, or like if we keep the language, it's just exceptions that exist in the intellectual property system. So that would probably be, so we don't need to talk about IPR exceptions, because if we keep the rest as it is, makes it clear. But it fits them better to what we include in the operational part in paragraph 20, into operation paragraph 21H. So it will basically replace the term flexibilities with exceptions that exist in the intellectual property systems.
Thank you. Is there any opposition to replacing flexibilities with the word exceptions? Luxembourg.
We would prefer, I don't know what, we would prefer the term flexibility. Thank you.
Australia.
Australia would prefer the term flexibilities.
Thank you. So, dear colleague from Switzerland, then would you mind that we stick to the word flexibilities?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I think we can go along with that if this is the consensus in the room. Thank you.
So could we just remove the word exceptions here? And I would like you then to look at the paragraph and then see whether, as it is now on the screen, in French and English, we are cleaning it up, both in French and English, so that it's absolutely clear what we are adopting. I'll wait a few seconds to clean up the French. Okay. So, are you ready to adopt this paragraph as it appears now on the screen? I see no objections. The paragraph is adopted. Thank you. We move to the following paragraph. Here we have an amendment by Switzerland. I will let the Swiss colleagues explain. Switzerland, would you like to take the floor? Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, again, this is a minor amendment to align the language to the language I think that we used in the operation paragraph 7. So it is the deletion of the available, and then it refers to license under open license schemes. So this is the language that we also have in operation paragraph 7. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll give the Secretariat a minute to reflect all this in the paragraph. Okay. Any objection to this proposal by Switzerland? Knowing that this is what this is the kind of language we already adopted. I see no request for the floor. I therefore, unless there is objections, I see no request for the floor, so this paragraph is adopted. Following paragraph. We received no amendments to this paragraph. I would like, therefore, to, with your permission, adopt it as it is on the screen. I see no request for the floor. Adopted. Following paragraph, we received no amendments for this paragraph either. So I would propose that we adopt it as you see it now on the screen, recognizing the significant available evidence, etc. Any objections? I see no requests for the floor. Adopted. Next paragraph, agreeing that greater access to scientific process, etc. We have Switzerland, is your proposal an amendment to the paragraph that we are doing now, or is it an additional paragraph? Switzerland, you have the floor, sir.
It is an additional paragraph, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So we have no amendments to this paragraph. Would like to see whether we can adopt it as it is now on the screen. I see no objections. It's adopted, and now I give the floor to Switzerland to introduce the new paragraph.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So this is going to be our last contribution to this text. This amendment is not about intellectual property, but in fact about the essence of open science. This part of the preamble, the paragraph before, introduces the notion, the recognition that data sharing, reuse of data and of scientific knowledge is one of the important aspects of open science. The paragraph below, which we will agree soon, introduces the notion by which open science reaches outside of the scientific domain into society and participation by scientists. But we believe to fully understand what is expected from open science as a transformational project, it is important to recognize that one of the goals of open science is based on the notion that some of the most complex problems today, if we think about the very big science or some of the very interdisciplinary science, is conducted by what I call here collective science process carried out by research communities using shared knowledge infrastructure. And this aspect of open science, the capacity to work together as scientific communities around complex problems, is one of the drivers underlying open science, one of the fundamental drivers that Switzerland really wishes to emphasize, and that we believe fits well here between these two other paragraphs, recognizing or agreeing or considering these other aspects. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Switzerland. I therefore now ask whether there are any objections to this new proposal by Switzerland after you heard the explanation? I see no requests for the floor. So if there are no objections, I would like us to adopt this proposal of new paragraph by Switzerland. It's adopted, thank you. We move to the following paragraph. Considering that the collaborative and inclusive characteristic, etc. No amendments received to this paragraph either. Could we adopt it as it is now on the screen? I see no objections. Adopted. Following paragraph, starting with acknowledging that open science. Here we have a proposal by Canada to include and exchange. I'm going to give Canada the floor. And a proposal of deletion of a sentence and replace it by another sentence by Russia. I will then give the floor to Russia. So I start with Canada. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We suggest a small amendment to add an exchange, as we believe that this language is needed to indicate that this is a two equal way interaction. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. Now I give the floor to the Russian Federation. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. The Russian Federation would like to withdraw its proposed amendment, in fact. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Russia. So then I would like to know whether anybody in the room objects to the Canadian addition of the word "and exchange." I see none. Could we therefore adopt the paragraph as it appears now on the screen? Could we add the French, please? Voilà. Merci.
Thank you.
Objections to this paragraph? I see none. It's adopted. Next paragraph. Considering, no. Recognizing that open science, etc., we received no amendments to this paragraph. Could we adopt it as it is on the screen? I see no request for the floor. Adopted, thank you. Last paragraph. We received no amendments to what is on the screen. We received a request by Mexico and Jamaica to add a bullet, to add a new paragraph recommending that member states collaborate in bilateral, multilateral, and global initiatives for the advancement of open science. Mexico, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we think this recommendation would be in line with the spirit of the document, and it is good to mention explicitly a recommendation for collaboration among member states at different levels. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Is there any objection to this paragraph proposed by Mexico and Jamaica? The only thing I would say is the place should not be the last paragraph, because we always end our decisions by the paragraph on how to proceed with reporting. So maybe we will put it higher in this body of bullets, but that's just a question of form. I would like to know whether anybody has any objection about the content of this paragraph, the addition of this paragraph. I see no objections. It's adopted. Dear colleagues, with this paragraph, we would have completed the negotiation of all the text of the recommendation. So now I think we can break. We're going to break for not just half an hour, we're going to break for 2 hours. In the meantime, we're going to clean up everything that was amended today and send it to you. So please be in touch with your delegations. And we will also email the participants with the list we have. We'll do our best for you to all get this as soon as it's ready. And then we will resume. I'm going to ask the Secretariat what would be reasonable, because we are also preparing the report that we would like also to send to you in advance in order to give you time to slowly read all the text from the beginning until what we have achieved today, because we would like to come back to adopt the full text of the recommendation today. 1 second, please. So, dear colleagues, we will resume at 5 o'clock. In the meantime, you will be receiving the cleaned up texts and followed by the oral report of the rapporteur. Keep in mind, please, that the oral report of the rapporteur is not for adoption, so it doesn't have the same status as the recommendation. And so it's just for you to see it before. As I said, we wanted to work in full transparency since the beginning, so we wanted you, if you have a big issue, to let us know, but it is not there for adoption. I am thanking all those who are congratulating me for the chairmanship, but really I think those who should be congratulated are these member states. I really have never seen such spirit and flexibility and constructive way of negotiating. But we will close the session with the due thanks to everybody after we adopt the final text. Now, any questions about the way forward? Australia, you have the floor, Madam.
Thank you, Madam. Does that mean when do you expect to be able to distribute it? Because we have challenges with time zone. Of course, it's, very early in the morning in Australia. Would it be possible at all, perhaps, to reconvene tomorrow to do the final adoption because of the challenges of time zone for a number of the delegations?
Well, we have interpretation until 7:30, as we have worked so far. So we will not keep you up beyond that. And we thought that we would reconvene at 5, but that we would send you parts 1. I mean, you already have parts 2, 3, and 4. You must have read all of it already, because we have given them to you a long time ago. So what is really pending now, where you really need to review, is just parts 5 and the preamble. This shouldn't take you much time. You will be receiving it very quickly, because it's a question of half an hour to clean it up. You will get it, and then I think we could proceed with adoption. Switzerland, do you have questions? You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you very much for your great chairing as well. Just a question, because the text which was distributed this, I think it was this morning, with the amendments that were made yesterday, we noted that there are still some parts in it which are marked in yellow. And we were wondering whether these parts are still would still need some clarification, or whether this is just like something that the Secretariat can take care of. In particular, it's the case in operation paragraph 16. We know that there are some parts marked in yellow. Thank you.
Normally, there is nothing pending on all the parts that were done, were sent today. So don't forget about the yellow. Normally, everything is cleared. Now, if there are issues from you, you let us know, but normally there is nothing pending from everything that was sent. Those that were sent to the members of the Bureau and then distributed by the members of the Bureau, everything is cleared up, nothing pending. So do I have your agreement to reconvene at 5 to adopt the final text and hear the report of the rapporteur that is not going to be long, and close the session? Any objections? 2 hours from now, yes. Any objections? No objections. So see you all in 2 hours. Bravo, Madam Chair.
Recording stopped.
Okay, we start. All right, good afternoon again, dear colleagues. We
Recording in
are
progress.
meeting again to go through the final adoption of the text of recommendation. Normally it was sent to all of you, cleaned up, and we did our best to have both versions, but you will see maybe that in the French versions the number of the paragraph is not the same because we have not finished the numbering with the French version, but it doesn't really matter. These kind of things we can fix later. I'm going to go through the adoption section by section. Like to be able to see the screen. So, dear colleagues, I would like to start with the preamble. Put it all for your adoption, final adoption. Côte d'Ivoire, you have the floor, madam.
Madam Chair, in the preamble, in the paragraph, in fact it was 24C. Now if we look at the text of that paragraph, we put in that that states are invited to consider. Now, if we look at 24C, there is a bit of a problem of the wording in the French. I don't think we can still use the verb envisager. Now, I don't want to reopen the debate that we had, but I think we could use the term mettre en place instead of envisager. But, Madam, we had that debate. It was a difficult debate. It was not easy to arrive at a consensus, and we did agree that even if it's a bit clumsy to use the verb consider twice, it is what is required. So it doesn't look terribly elegant, but that is what the plenary had decided before the break. So please don't reopen the discussion on that paragraph, because it was quite difficult to achieve a consensus. I agree then, says the delegate at Côte d'Ivoire, and the chair thanks her.
To the adoption of the preamble. I see no objection. Preamble is finally adopted. Thank you. I move to section 1, aims and objectives of the recommendation. Anybody has anything to say about this part? I see no request for the floor. Then with your permission, I am going to consider part 1, aim and objectives of the recommendations, as finally adopted. adopted. Part 2. Definition of open science. Luxembourg, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm referring to the version that was circulated earlier today, because we had made, and an amendment was adopted on Friday to insert 4 words in paragraph 7, first bullet points.
Paragraph 7? Paragraph 7?
Yes.
Thank you.
Paragraph 7, first bullet point, where we have made an amendment to insert the 4 words "and made immediately accessible" after the word "deposited." And that should be at the first occurrence of the word "deposited," not at the second occurrence of the word "deposited" later down. So deposited and made immediately accessible.
Okay.
And then it can be removed from the other.
We have to remove when we've put it down.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Luxembourg. Thank you. Australia, you have the floor, madam.
Apologies, I thought our Luxembourg colleague said accessible rather than available, and I believe that was the term used in the part was removed later on in the paragraph. So accessible rather than available.
Okay. Thank you, madam. Any of you have any comments, other comments about this part on the definition? Russian Federation.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm sorry to jump into the discussion here, but we have received only one document from the Secretariat on the monitoring section and the preamble. We didn't receive anything else from the Secretariat. We didn't receive a full document. I'm sorry to, perhaps we misunderstood something, but could that be sent to us so that we could follow?
Thank you, madam. These parts were sent earlier, so could we put this in the chat, please? We're going to put the consolidated one in the chat because it was ready like a few seconds before we opened the meeting, but all these parts were sent to you well in advance. You are supposed to have all of them, except 5 and preamble that we have done today. But we're going to put it in the chat, and I'm going to wait a few minutes until you can all download it and print it if you wish. Finland, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While there is maybe a slight pause in the proceedings, I would take the opportunity to mention that also noticing in the paragraph 12, just a minor linguistic point, but there's a long list which we all love and cherish, and in this long list we seem to have mentioned civil society organizations twice. So maybe I think the understanding was to have them only once, and
Thank
maybe
you.
that can
Okay,
be
we'll
fixed by the
check
Secretariat.
paragraph 12.
Thank you.
Dear colleagues. Can we check both in French and English that civil society is mentioned only once?
Yes, the first occurrence is there, including communities, indigenous knowledge holders, and civil society organizations, and then civil society organizations.
So we can delete.
End.
Yeah. Okay. I have now Portugal to be followed by Russia. Portugal, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think there is a missing R in the number 7. The chat is drawing the attention to this fact.
Yes, I saw that in the chat now. It's supposed to say are supported in paragraph 7.
That is correct.
Is the chapeau?
No, it's in the number 7, yes.
In the chapeau of number 7, because 7 is very, very long. If you could tell us exactly.
No, scientific publications, that one, yes.
Okay. Are supported. Thank you. I now give the floor to Russian Federation.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would like, if possible, to come back to the preamble. I thought that when we were talking about the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the Secretariat said that the article number was a technical error and that was deleted, but somehow this has remained, so that could that be checked?
We come back. If Article 10 is still there, it should be removed. We adopted the paragraph without it. Please check the French. The French is okay. Thank you. Thank you. So I have to put this back formally for adoption again. Preamble. Can I consider that the preamble is formally adopted? Finally, Germany, is it on the preamble, your intervention?
No, not on the preamble.
I would like to adopt the preamble before you raise your hands. I'll give you the floor for the other section. Preamble. I have 3 hands raised. I would like to know whether they are raised for the preamble. Singapore, you have the floor. I mean, we did adopt it. Now, there was a typing mistake before, but what can it be now?
Sorry, Madam Chair, I do apologize. I think it's just a small typing mistake.
All right.
In the use of the word heath instead of health in one of the paragraphs in the preamble. It may have been noted already.
Could you tell us which one, please, so that we can take care of it?
It starts with the word considering. And I think you just do a search for HEATH. The typist can search for the word HEATH instead of considering. HEATH. HEATH. TH. No, HEATH. I think it's heath instead of health. HEATH. Let me see. It's the paragraph that starts with committed to leaving no one behind with regard to access to science. This is correct one. So yes, it should be
okay.
Health.
So tell us, please, what can we have?
So yes, that's right. It has been corrected here.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry.
Grenada, is it the preamble too?
Yes, Madam Chair. Just
we can't hear you. Please, can Can you start again?
Do you hear me now, Madam Chair?
Yes, yes.
Yes, just to be sure that editing issues can be dealt with directly with the Secretariat. We have a small editing amendment in the French version of the amendment that we have introduced in the preamble. So we can send it to the Secretariat if editing issues.
No, if we've opened now, so let's do it now and finalize, please. Since you have the floor, do it, please.
Okay, it's in the paragraph. Start notant le potentiel transformateur.
Wait, we are on the right paragraph. Can you please tell us what is the mistake?
Instead of particulièrement, it should be, I think, en particulier en Afrique. Dans les pays les moins avancés, so the least developed countries, dans les pays les moins avancés, in addition to the others. I have the text in French, says the speaker.
It's now correct.
En particulier en Afrique.
So it would be in particular in Africa, in the least developed countries, in landlocked developing countries, and in small island developing states. In brackets PIED, to have the same acronym as in English, or the equivalent acronym.
Could we consider that the preamble now is acceptable?
Merci beaucoup.
Merci. Is the preamble now okay with all of you? I see no more requests. See, I see Portugal. Portugal, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think there is incoherence in number 6 and number 7 because we adopted open scientific knowledge, and in number 6 says open access to scientific knowledge. It should be open.
Could you tell us exactly what paragraphs you're talking about?
Number 6.
What number 6? But we're on the preamble here. We're not. We're just on the preamble yet. We're still on the preamble.
Sorry.
Okay. Thank you, Portugal. I'll give you the floor as soon as I finalize now preamble. Anything more on the preamble? I see none, so it is now finally adopted. We move back to part 2, where we had requests for the floor from Germany and now Portugal. So I'll start with Germany and then I'll give Portugal the floor. Yes, Germany, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to come back to the paragraph 12, which had just been amended on the proposal by Finland in order number 12. Secretariat?
Yes, 12.
Because we have deleted one of the mentionings of civil society organizations, and you have deleted the first occurrence of that. But since in the first occurrence, we are actually in the mid of an enumeration which follows, and the public at large, including communities, indigenous knowledge holders, and then there was and civil society organizations, which would have ended the list. We propose to keep it here and delete it as the end, as the Secretariat has just done. That makes better sense to end this enumeration after including. Thank you.
Thank you, Germany. Could we do that also in the French? That's it? It's done? Thank you. Portugal? Could you now, please, Portugal, repeat what you were trying to tell us on paragraph 6, right?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. In number 6, we have enumeration of the pillars at the end.
Yes.
And we mention open access to scientific knowledge. Yeah. But then number 7, the name is open scientific knowledge. So we should delete open access, I mean. We should delete access. And 2, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other interventions on this section 2? Which is the definition. I give you more time. Yes, Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's not something that we want to insist on because it's on the verge of being a comment on content. But what what Portugal has just amended in this paragraph, where we have just been at the end of paragraph 6, there is the mentioning of open science communication, and we have removed open science communication actually from the definition. I don't want to remove it here altogether, but maybe we could just delete the word open, because we had agreed in the discussion that the term open science communication as such does not exist. We can leave science communication here because otherwise we change it too much, but I think open should, for consistency, should be removed.
Okay. Okay, dear colleagues, anything else on this definition? On part 2? It seems to be okay with all of you. I am going, therefore, to hammer this part 2 and consider it as finally adopted. Part 3? Open science core values and guiding principles. I leave it for your consideration, give you some time to check everything. Anyone wishes to make any comment on this part 3? Okay, it seems that there is no request for the floor. Then I am going to consider that this part 3 is finally adopted. Adopted, thank you. Part 4, areas of action. This is a long part, so we'll take our time, and I already have 2 requests for the floor here. I will start with Australia. You have the floor, Madam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In paragraph 17, subpoint C, Australia would like to suggest that for consistency with the rest of the document, it should be humanities and social sciences to be consistent with para 7 of the text, as well as being the correct term. rather than social and human sciences, produced by the humanities and social sciences. So it needs to remove the social and at the beginning of what's edited there. Please, Secretariat.
Yes, thank you, Madam.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now I have a request from France. La France, vous avez la parole.
France, you have the floor. Thank you, Madam Chair. But I had a comment that is along the lines of Australia. In French, it should be Sciences Sociales et Humaines. Now, I don't know whether I can make comments on the French version. Is this the right time? Yes, this is the right time to say anything. I mean, if there's the slightest problem, this is the time to mention it, because we are going to adopt this on a final basis and send it to the General Conference, send a text that is accepted by everyone. Well, there was some discussion about the concept of vector. And then I think we ended up using means of publication. But which paragraph are you referring to? Ah, the same one. The same one. It's translated in French as moyen de publication, or should be, and that would be more in line with the English means of publication. And then, concerning wording in French, if we adopt means of publication or moyen de publication, it would then read y compris ce, because that's masculine rather than feminine, so that needs to be changed. And then subsequently we need to say sciences humaines et sociales, because that is the accepted term in French. And when we say modèle de publication, we don't need the S on publication. And that would be it for this particular part of the section. Thank you very much, says the chair. And I have a request for the floor from the Russian Federation. You have the floor, madam. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would like to draw attention to 2 points. First of all, in 21D, if we could go to that, here I have found a part about which I exchanged views with the Secretariat, and it seemed to me that well understood and standardized element had been deleted. Yes, that's what I'm referring to.
D'ailleurs, il n'existe pas en France.
Yes, that part is not in the French. It had already been deleted in the French.
Other speakers, I'm taking the speakers only about this paragraph. No.
I'm sorry, Chair, but there's one other point I had.
I will take first just on this subparagraph D. Yes, Russian Federation, please continue.
In 23F now, 23F, we had deleted.
Could we finish with D and then I'll yes, let us.
I'm sorry. I'll come back to that.
Don't worry. Australia, I guess you want to speak about this paragraph. Please, you have the floor, madam.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. In terms of the grammar of this, Australia would suggest that it should be is taken into account in scientific and academic recruitment and promotion criteria rather than as.
Thank you. So for paragraph D, is it acceptable now? No more comments on paragraph D? Switzerland.
Apologies, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, but the latest comment by the Australian member needs to be still corrected and is taken into account in scientific and academic recruitment and promotion criteria. So I would then propose to have this as a plural, or I think the original was as a scientific and academic recruitment and promotion criteria. So either I would propose to use to have the original formulation is taken into account as a scientific and academic recruitment and promotion criteria.
As a, okay. Mm-hmm. Australia, is this okay with you?
Yes, that's fine. It was as before. Yes. It didn't have the A. I guess in correct terms, it probably should be criterion rather than criteria because it's a signal.
Yes.
Single.
But
yeah.
Thank you so much. All right, thank you. So I now give back the floor to the Russian Federation for their second issue before I give the floor to Grenada. Russian Federation, you had another issue in another paragraph?
Da. Indeed I did. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam. This refers now to 23F. The word monitoring had been deleted from that particular subparagraph. It's 23F.
Спасибо.
Thank you. That's what I had in mind.
Thank you. Grenada, you have the floor, madam.
Merci.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for giving me the floor. Concerning the amendment that has just been made by France, I don't have the paragraph on the screen anymore, but the distinguished delegate of France changed a word in French to use moyen instead of means. And is it moyen de publication or des publications? Because the meaning changes depending on whether it's singular or plural. I just want to make sure that we're on the same page here.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. So, thank you. I now see it. And I thank the colleague from Grenada, says France. Yes, it should be moyen de publication. It should be in the singular. Thank you, France, says the chair.
So, Australia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For paragraph 20C, an edit that Australia suggested has caused some grammar issues, so we'd like to suggest an amendment. So if we could go to 20C.
Okay.
So at the end of the paragraph, the flow through would be better if the "and looked after by" was replaced with the word "within trusted institutions or services," because the "and looked after by" doesn't link to anything.
And looked.
So no "and." Where'd the "fair and care" go? I'm not sure. Oh, I'm sorry, it wasn't at the end of the paragraph. I'm confused now.
Please take your time. Take your time.
That's it. Within,
So
exactly there. Yeah, and we probably could remove the second principles there, notably fair and care, and then comma, within trusted institutions. Perfect. Thank you very much. There does seem to be some strange duplication in that para, though. The draft I have ends at ethical responsibility. Yep.
So may I count on you that you transpose this in the French follows, right? Okay. Okay. Saint Vincent and the Grenadines. You have the floor, Madame.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you. Can we, in the French version, go back up to paragraph 16, because there's a word there to be confirmed. I don't know if I have the same text, but I have it highlighted in yellow in the French version. No, we don't have anything highlighted in yellow on the screen. Ah, very well then, says the speaker, because I took the document that had been sent in the chat, and in that version of the document that came through the chat, there was some yellow highlighting in 16, but if it's not there, that's just as well.
Okay, I am still giving you time on this part. It's a very long part, so please, if anybody has anything else, do not hesitate. It's the moment to do it. Yes, I have France to be followed by Germany. You have the floor. Madame?
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had an observation to make on point 19. 19, small d. In the French version, we're talking about digital infrastructure for open science should be funded as much as possible on open computer stacks. And not say to use. In French we have utiliser, and it's the translation of what we've adopted in English. I would like to change the French so that it matches the English more closely. And then I have an observation on point E. We're wondering about how to say cloud continuity, computing, sorry, and there is we could talk, we do say cloud computing, but we could say informatique nuage. Informatique en nuage would be better. So we've learned something today. That's excellent. Informatique en nuage, which is also a literal translation of cloud computing, but in French.
Germany?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to raise an issue, and I'm sure that you will immediately rule whether this is an acceptable change or not, whether it's editorial or not, and I'm fully in your hands. Madam Chair, it concerns 17b. Maybe the Secretariat can go back up to that.
Yes.
You will recall that in 17b we discussed at length the issue of possible restrictions on open science in publicly funded research, and we agreed in adding in particular Article 8. And I was just, what we actually agreed here was the restrictions on publicly funded research. And if you read that sentence carefully, is that that the two words "and that" are actually marking a separation between the first half of the sentence And then we have, in line with the provisions of the recommendations, in particular Article 8, which actually apply then to the second half of the entire paragraph. So my proposal, in order to ensure that in particular Article 8 really applies to the first part, we should move "and that," the two words "and that," after, in particular, Article 8. This is just to accommodate the actual discussion that we had. It's not a change in principle, but otherwise we have not really achieved the solution that we wanted recently. Thank you.
Thank you, Germany. France, you have the floor, madam.
Oui, merci, Madame la Présidente.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I saw a comment in the chat saying that still on point 19, D, still talking about these issues of computer programs. A word was missing in the English version. Let me myself go back to the English version. It's a bit acrobatic, this. So here we would need point E. Sorry, point D. I know it's complicated. Unfortunately, they don't match up. No. We are going to manage. We will get this done. But we're talking digital infrastructure for open science should be based as much as possible on open source software stacks. And I think we're missing the word software. Seems to me.
Puisque c'est des logiciels open source qu'on dit en français.
Of course, we say logiciel open source in French, so we would logically need to say open source software in English. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you.
There is another observer making saying that there's something wrong also if one member state wishes to bring this up, because Madam, you're also representing the Republic of Korea? If this is the case, well, please, this is the case, you could take the floor and make your comment.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Please.
Yeah, I just found a little glitch on the paragraph number 23rd. In liturgy, we actually had agreed on to go by the expression like member states and the relevant
yes,
stakeholders.
Absolutely, you are absolutely right.
It is a kind of little error, right?
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
Yeah, so just to remove those stakeholders. Yeah,
and because we added relevant stakeholders after member states. You are absolutely right. Thank you, Madam.
Okay, thank you.
In consultation with member states and relevant stakeholders. Please verify that the French is the same. Thank you again, Madam. Any other comments, dear colleagues, on this part? Yes, Norway, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could I just ask you, on the screen in paragraph 17b?
Yes, let's put it on the screen.
Because I was just wondering, when we were correcting this Article 8, didn't we agree to delete the with minimal embargo? I'm looking at the version we received yesterday.
Yes, we did.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll give you more time, please, to look carefully at this section, because it seems that we have skipped a few things. Please take your time. I want to make sure that this is perfect. Finland, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. There's a similar mistake in para 18 and 18A. Just an editorial thing. It now says international and regional legislations law. So the legislations was deleted and replaced by the word law. And now the legislations is extra. So leave law and delete legislations. Thank you.
Thank you. Singapore, you have the floor, sir.
Dear Madam Chair, thank you for letting me have the floor. I think this is also in relation to paragraph 18A. It's a similar mistake. The words here, existing, was deleted from the version we received yesterday. I believe this is in the same vein as some of the number of the recent amendments or points that were raised by other distinguished delegates. The version that we received yesterday contains certain strike-throughs or cancellations that do not appear now in this version that's shown on screen. So I suppose that some technical error that may have been arisen in the draft that was circulated. So maybe if the Secretary could just take a look and make sure that all the strike-throughs that were shown in the version that was sent yesterday were also incorporated in this version that's shown on screen. Thank you.
Yes, it's clear. Clearly, this is what happened. I would like to go to this version again, please. I'm going to go from the beginning. Areas of action. From paragraph 16 to 18 included. 16 to 18 included. Look at them carefully, please, and let us see whether this is exactly what we had decided. Grenada, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure exactly where I saw we were on the previous screen before this one. There was a paragraph B and then B bis, which probably was meant to be renumbered. Yes, but that's not serious because we haven't yet numbered the French version. So you can forget about the numbering. But I think we've got the same thing going on. No, but it's not important. Numbering is not important. We'll do that when we're absolutely done. The important thing is content right now. So if I could just take comment on 16 through 18, including 18, and please just check that it's exactly the same as what we have adopted.
Brazil, you have the floor.
Micro for Brazil.
Brazil.
Sorry, I thought you were listening to me. Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I would just like to ask to read carefully each part, because I was reading, for example, now 17A, and I think one of the parts that was erased in the version that we received yesterday was included in this version that we are seeing now.
So
forward
17A. What was deleted was the last words. What we deleted is by technologically and economically more advanced countries and entities.
Yes. Yeah, in this case, it's okay. It's just because it's just because I realized that many parts that were deleted yesterday were still in this version.
Yes, that's why we're checking paragraph by paragraph. That's why I'm taking this slowly. Australia, you have the floor, madam.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Paragraph 17C, the beginning, encouraging bibliodiversity. We agreed, sorry, I'll wait for that to come on the screen. Uh, 17C.
17C.
Thank you. We agreed to take out the as there.
And to put through, yes, the as is still here.
Thank you, Madam.
And in 17C, we also have to take out.
But listen, I'm going to stop the discussion. We have we can't continue. We have the wrong document here. This is a problem. I'm suspending the meeting for 5 minutes. Yeah. With your indulgence. This is absolutely not the document that we have. Everything that was deleted has come back here in the text. Yeah. So we need to get the right document on the screen, and we will continue. 5 minutes. Suspended 5 minutes. Thank you.
С испанской будки вчера уже вот с такой рожей стояла. Как это несправедливо, у вас 4 кабины, а у нас только 2, поэтому она демонстративно, сука, села, простите за выражение, туда. Я ей сказала, ну вот тут есть одна кабина, чего вы не садитесь? Конечно, конечно. А мы друг друга не видим, сказала она мне. Ну вы знаете, я сказала, мы так тоже работали. Было какое-то совещание. Ага. Эта сволочь сидит специально в этой кабине.
Знаете, она сволочь, реально. Она реально сволочь. То есть она по жизни сволочь.
Ну понятно, да. Это меня не удивляет.
Я ее видела,
Okay, dear colleagues, we're going to resume in 2 minutes because we have restored the right document where the strikes out are taken into consideration, and we have reflected in it all the amendments you had made on the sections we saw so far. In 2 minutes, we will put this document in the chat also so that you can all have it, and we will start again. Thank you. Okay, dear colleagues. We resume our work. We're going to scroll up again and start again from section 2 because this is where the problems started, where we had the wrong document on the screen. So please back to section 2. So I would like you to look at the definition again carefully. Can we? Okay, 2 more minutes. Okay, dear colleagues, the versions are in the chat. They're being sent to you by mail too right now. And I would like to go back to section 2. I have a request for the floor from Germany and WIPO. As much as I would have loved to give the floor to WIPO, but I'm sorry, it is against the rules, especially in the course of adoption. I can't give the floor to an observer. Please, whatever you wish to say, put it in the chat. Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ensure that with the new version that we have just brought back on the screen, do we have to look at all the items that we have corrected within the last hour once again? Do we have to look at all these items again, or are these taken into account by the Secretariat?
This is taken into account by the Secretariat. This is why it took us so long, because this is what they were doing. But if you wish to look again, I'm ready to start all over again. I want everybody to feel comfortable. I'm in your hands. We're going to go on this section 2, where this is where we had all the problems. I would like to go paragraph by paragraph. We'll scroll paragraph by paragraph, and then I'll adopt the whole section at the end. I know the problems were on 3 and 4 mainly, but I would still like to go paragraph by paragraph on section 2 also. So, we're looking now at 4 and 5. No comments on these 2 paragraphs? Okay, we can scroll. 6 and 7. Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I have a comment on sections 2, 3, and 4. I don't know whether you prefer I make the remarks individually on each section. This concern the expression or any other ground added by Austria, and that has 2 different translations. Could you give us the correct version, and we'll align the versions? We'll just make the comment once, and I'll ask the team here to correct it in order for there to be consistency. Thank you, Madam Chen. So the 7, Austria has proposed, we have or any other ground. Pour tout autre motif in French, which is the appropriate expression, which is in Article 7 and 12. And in paragraph 14, let's start off with 14. In the 3rd bullet, or any other grounds in English. And the bad French, what does that say? Ou pour toute autre raison is what the French is the French rendering. So that has to be replaced by pour tout autre motif in the French everywhere. And we had paragraph 14 and then 15, 2nd bullet. Same correction, ou pour d'autres raisons, so that should be ou tout autre motif in the French. Good. And para 23. Para 23. Para 23. Thank you, Canada.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a question about language in 7. It says provided immediately, and I was just wondering, should it also say or as quickly, or is quick correct? I was just wondering. Thank you.
Ou bien dans les délais les plus courts en français. It fits. Thank you, Norway. So we're still on this part 2. Please look at it paragraph by paragraph and any comments. Australia, you have the floor, madam.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. In this same paragraph, which is 7 scientific publications, at the bottom of the page after the word public domain, there is the word and I believe that should be deleted because it does not make sense with how this whole sentence reads. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. France, you have the floor.
On the same paragraph, there's a change with quickly. I see in the French language version we have dans les délais plus courts. That's not quite the same as aussi rapidement que possible. So perhaps we could align the French version by saying aussi rapidement que possible. Yes, we have that. Yes, aussi rapidement que possible in the French language version.
Longer going to be my lucky number. Any other comments, dear colleague? We're still on the part of the definition. Please look carefully at all the paragraphs. Okay. Australia, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. It's been pointed out that at the end of paragraph 7, between the word gain and free, there should not be a comma. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. France, you have the floor.
To make it even cleaner in the French version, gratuitement virgule, gratuitement comma, full stop, please delete the comma. That's the French language version.
Grenada.
Thank you, Madame Chairperson. En français, dans le paragraphe...
In French, in para 7, we have le redistribution. In English, it's distribution, so we need to delete the prefix re in front of distribution in the French.
Thank you. Any other comments on this part? I think we have checked every comma. Okay, I no longer see any requests for the floor. Then let us consider this part, definition, part 2, as adopted. We move to the following part. I'll ask you to check again every paragraph, please, because this is starting from this section we had the problem with the wrong document. Grenada, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question while the participants are taking a detailed look at the paragraphs. I've seen in the English, open science starts off with capital letters, and in French, Science ouverte is in small characters, in lowercase. So we should we align this? Should in the French science have a capital letter? This is a question. So capital letters or lowercase? Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I'm told that the UNESCO translators put everything in small characters, lowercase, in the French version. I couldn't tell you why, but we will check that, or perhaps France can help us. France, you have the floor. Yes, well, I'm not a linguist, but we have a more restricted use of capital letters in French than in English. We don't necessarily have capitals across the board that's just usage, but I'm quite happy to go along with the UNESCO translators on this.
It's clear. Dear colleagues, any of you have any other comments on this part 3? I see none. Let's consider that this part is adopted. I would like to invite you now to go to this part 4 again, where we stopped the discussion, and verify again, please, every single paragraph. Yes, Australia, you have the floor, Madam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For 20C, where we made some edits for grammar,
yes,
the removal of the second principles for notably fair and care principles doesn't seem to have gone again, so we just need to, so 20C. No, 20C, yep. So fair and care, so agreed principles, notably fair and care, and get rid of the principles there. Thank you.
Thank you. Germany, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam. 17B, we had this issue before. There's just one comma too much, which is, we have shifted in 17B and that to, and after that there should not be a comma. 17B. After Article 8 and that, and after that there should not be a comma. Yes, that was the
corrections you were making before we stopped the session. Thank you. Yes.
There should be a comma, yes, after 8 and none after that.
After, yes, none after that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I give you more time. This is a very long part. I'll give 1 more minute. Norway, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just wondering about 17E. Did we agree that the open in science communication should be deleted, or do I or could I just ask colleagues to check?
Just please, Shamila, can you check in your, what you call your Bible, whether the word open was deleted, please? 17. The word was not deleted in any of our copies, not in any of the versions.
Then I remember it was not correct, because we discussed this at some point in time, but not here. Thank you.
Thank you, Norway. Okay, dear colleagues, I have Australia. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 20F, in the text we were distributed immediately after we'd agreed this section, it was highlighted in yellow and it said it was a suggestion by Lebanon and it was to be confirmed. I don't remember us actually confirming this paragraph.
Let us check, please, Australia. I'll ask the Secretariat to check and in the meantime give the floor to France. You have the floor, Madam.
Merci. Thank you. Yes, just a little detail. It's in 19E, which is rather a lengthy paragraph. It starts off talking about infrastructure at the service of open science. And we're talking about developing the functions. And it should be in the plural. In French it was développer de fonctionnalité, but it needed to be de fonctionnalité. So that is a French drafting issue.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam.
Okay, concerning the comment from Australia on the paragraph F that was highlighted, apparently what I hear from the Secretariat is that it was quite hanging in the air because there was no comment to remove it. France, you have the floor, Madam.
Yes, we have another one. It's on 19B. In the chat, we have pointed out that what we agreed to in the English version, we had to add software, and that hasn't been reflected in the French version. I'm just checking if I could have a look in the French version. So 19B. Could we please scroll a little further? The open source. Yes, we needed to add software stacks. Thank you.
So, Finland, you have the floor, to be followed by Germany. I would hope you let us know what you wish to do with the highlighted paragraph. Finland, you have the floor.
Well, yes, the highlighted paragraph. I'm again, like I joined Australia in not remembering what was actually decided on it. And I don't have any firm opinion on whether it should be there or whether it should not be there. However, as a sentence, I think the minimum correction we would need to make would be to switch around the words science society and the word link, so that it would make some sense. But if I recall correctly, this was originally made maybe in French, so maybe the French text makes more sense. But at least with this this small change, I think it would at least make sense as a sentence. Thank you.
Thank you, Finland. Germany, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We can't remember having adopted this text either, so generally for procedural reasons, we rather would say we won't have it, although we can in general live with it, but we would not really, if it stays there, we would have to open the discussion on that, because why would it only be the social sciences in this regard? We need the science society and also the science society policy nexus in all of the sciences, and I think we would open a lengthy discussion here if we keep that.
Thank you. Now, I'm not reopening, absolutely not reopening a debate here. So if there is no consensus on it, I would rather have it removed. Frans, you have the floor.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm quite reassured when I hear you say that we don't actually think it's a good idea to open any discussions on a text that we've already adopted. So we're very reassured by what you said, Madam. Thank you. Thank you, Frans.
Dear colleagues, could we therefore now adopt this section? Section 4? I see no objections and consider this adopted. We move to section 5. La France, vous avez la parole, madame.
France, you have the floor.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Chair. Forgive me, but I wanted to go back a step because we have something about para 21 to mention in the French version, paragraph 21. This concerns when it talks about articles about certain economic models for scientific publishing, and in French it says qui pourrait être des causes, but in English it is mais. And we wanted to make sure that in the French version it would say peuvent, because that would better reflect may. So a French drafting issue again, thank you. Thank you. Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Also a very minor point, and that's actually, unfortunately, due to amendment that we had made, and we forgot to delete an and, which is in 21. Sorry, I lost it. I'm sorry. It's in 21C, the second bullet point, where Germany had added teaching, outreach, and engagement of societal actors at the end. We, in the term before, and machine-readable summaries of findings, we have to delete the end there. That's we had forgotten to include that.
Yes.
Sorry for that.
Thank you. All right, thank you. France, you wish to speak again? You have the floor, madame.
Merci, madame. Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, same place, but it's the very first subparagraph, the first bullet point. In the French version, it talks about various different indicators which renounce or forego the sole use of journal-based metrics. And in French, it does say the sole use, but in the English, the issue of being solely is not there, and so we're wondering if it could be struck from the French so as to better match the English. Thank you.
Yeah.
Very well. Thank you for pointing that out.
Can we therefore now consider again that this part 4 is finally adopted? No. Portugal. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if this is a typo, but in number 18E,
18E.
I would say not E, I.
I. 18I. Yes.
There is a semicolon that should be a comma. Yes, that one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do not worry about this, because there are proofreaders in the organization who look again at punctuation, so do not worry if we miss things like that. Thank you so much, Portugal. France?
Thank you.
Oui, merci.
Yes, thank you. One final point is in 21H. In the French version, we were talking about the different exceptions, and that concern intellectual property and research. And I think we need to talk about usage éducatif instead of utilisation, so usage in the French. Thank you very much.
Hop, alors? This part 4, I'm going to hammer it down and will not reopen no matter what. I consider now that this part has been really looked at very carefully and is adopted. Thank you. Part 5. France, you have the floor, madame.
Yes, here we wanted to point out something that came out in our discussions. In French, the translation of a repository, it should be entrepôt. So in point B, 24B, I can see entrepôt, but it says dépôt d'archives, and it shouldn't say. It should be entrepôt. It's subpara B. I see that. So 23B. 23B.
Voilà, il est question de...
Yes, so here we're talking about capacity building, and it says we've got capacité and then d'archives ouvertes.
On pourrait même dire entrepôt et...
So maybe we could say entrepôt et archives ouvertes, because that would pick up on the idea of repository in the English. Thank you very much. Any further comments on part 5?
Je n'en vois pas.
I see none.
Grenade, vous avez la parole.
Grenada, you have the floor.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Chair. When you say archive ouverte, open archives, it's the archives that are open, and I see you've used the masculine, but I think there should be the feminine in the French version. French drafting issue. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Donc, s'il n'y a pas d'autres commentaires.
So, if there are no further comments, are we ready to adopt this whole section 5? Adopted. Thank you very much. Now I should like to submit to you the text in its entirety. Are we ready to adopt this recommendation on open science in its entirety? Going once. Here we go. It's a historic gavel. 1, 2, 3. I see no opposition. Gavel adopted.
Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much to one and all, and forgive us for all of those little glitches that we've had with the different versions of the text at the last minute.
Request for the floor. Before I give the floor to the rapporteur for a very short report, I'm going to take some speakers who wish to speak. I will start with Portugal, who was going to be referenced in my thanks at the end of this meeting. I was going to start by thanking for Portugal for bringing this fabulous. Ambassador Novoa, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Vera. Thank you. It's just a very quick, but a very sound and a very profound thank you to everyone that has been engaged in this recommendation. All the delegations, all the member states from the beginning. It was 3 years of work, but it worth any minute of this work. All the experts, the advisory committee, all the people involved, obviously all the secretariat, Shamila, a big thank you, but also Anne Persic and everyone that has been engaged here. And of course, in these last days, the Bureau of this intergovernmental meeting, the rapporteur, all the vice presidents, and last but not least, a big thank you to you, Vera. It was wonderful. It was just perfect, the way you managed all these meetings. And thank you very much. I think it's a proud for all of us to have UNESCO engaged in open science, in this huge movement in the world for a strong commitment to science and to open science. I'm very happy. We are all very happy. I'm very proud. We are all very proud.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. We're very happy that you're happy. Thank you. I have France requesting the floor. France, you have the floor.
Vous m'entendez?
Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. Yes, congratulations to the Ambassador of Portugal for having proposed this initiative, and congratulations to you, Madam Chair, for your stewardship of this, and to the ADG, to the Director General, ADG of Natural Sciences, for having made this possible. And I just wanted to underscore two considerations, Madam Chair, that are very important to me over and above our thanks and our congratulations. Firstly, that is the spirit of cooperation between the diplomatic community and the scientific community. We think that it's only because of that close cooperation that we've been able to reach these kinds of consensus, and under your able guidance, Madam Vera de l'Accueillie. And secondly, this recommendation on open open science is going to be tabled to the General Conference for adoption, and I think we're really going to consensually anchor the notions to which we are all very attached, because this really is our diplomatic and political heritage that we share, based on human rights. The importance of open science cannot be overstated, and I wanted to thank everybody and congratulate you again. Thank you very much, France. Now I should like to hand over to Austria. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. You see me really overwhelmed in the way you and all of us have conducted this exercise. I really would like to thank you for your excellent stewardship, but also for the hard work of the Secretariat and all the experts. The important tribute has been paid to my good friend, Ambassador Novoa, who started this whole journey. But what makes this so special is UNESCO. It is exactly what why UNESCO has been founded for, as a platform for exchange and co-creation. This organization stands for knowledge and hope. And I feel that what we've achieved today, exactly in the words of my distinguished colleague of France, that this collaboration really points to an incredible, auspicious future. And it's actually exactly that what we need, that we can transcend all these difficulties that we sometimes feel, in particular in the geopolitical diplomatic realm, and that we work really for the good of humanity. I know this is very cheesy what I say, but I feel very privileged to be here, and I thank all of you for giving me the opportunity to be part of this, what I feel very much historic milestone. I do hope that this will be the paradigm shift that we all hope for, the paradigm shift that we need, this kind of change that we're all hoping for. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Your role cannot be underestimated, and in the annals of those who made this organization great again, you will hold a very prominent place. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Really very touched. Thank you so much, Austria. Thank you, dear colleagues. I now give the floor to Uruguay. You have the floor, madam.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, Chair. First of all, Madam Chair, Uruguay wanted to congratulate you for your excellent conduct of this meeting. You've shown us yet again how effective you can be as a chair, and we're delighted to have you representing our region and doing such outstanding work. We also wanted to extend our thanks to the member states for their flexibility and their constructive spirit over these last few days, and they've enabled such rich debate, such a constructive consensus building, and we wanted to thank Ambassador Novoa for tabling this initiative in the first place. We think that this is of vital importance, not only because of its substantive matters, but also what it stands for. Uruguay wanted to extend its recognition also to the Secretariat, particularly to the Director General and to the ADG for Natural Sciences, Shamila Nair-Beduel, and all of her team, who have been working tirelessly behind the scenes to make sure that we could reach this milestone. For all of these reasons, we wanted to echo those who spoke before us and express our enormous satisfaction on this most important recommendation on open science. And we think that this actually really does dovetail with the values and principles of the organization. Remember that UNESCO is a place for coming together, a place for the meeting of minds. And for all of this, congratulations again to one and all. We're very, very pleased. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I now give the floor to Germany, and also thank all those who are thanking everyone and recognizing the work in the chat. Thank you so much, all of you. Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This was a historic week because it has not been often so far in the world that we have agreed on international law, even though non-binding, through a completely electronic digital negotiation. And I think that UNESCO indeed has also reached a new milestone, because UNESCO is special in the way that it's not only allowing member states to these negotiations, but that experts have a very vocal role. And the chat function really showed us that this can be very enriching. They may not take the floor immediately, but experts can contribute to the text and have other member states make an intervention on their behalf. And I think that was extremely helpful. Usually before such negotiations, we say, well, it's more important to reach a consensus than to reach perfection. But actually, we reached a lot of perfection this time. This text really has been improved. And I think all of us have played an important role here. Of course, I would like to start with the interpreters. I think they've done an excellent job, and the Secretariat has done a really fantastic job. Thank you very much to the ADG, to Peggy, to Anna. Thanks to all of you. Of course, to the initiator, Ambassador Novoa. And after all, this is UNESCO. We make history, and we can once more shine a light, because when we in Germany asked 1.5 years ago our community, do we need a new text by UNESCO? And we were not sure what they would respond. They said, of course we need that. All of them agreed on that. And now we have it, and it's high quality. This is a milestone. Thank you very much. Chair, with you I would like to end. Without you, that would have not been possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Germany. I now give the floor to the member, or maybe the president of the advisory committee. Madam, I would like to really thank you, congratulate you and your team of experts in this advisory committee, because you gave us such a high quality text that made it possible for us to adopt such a good recommendation. I now give you the floor.
Thank you very much. I would like to express my feelings, and I can only do that in Spanish. Así que le voy a pedir.
So I'm going to ask the interpreters to enable me to speak in my mother tongue. I am very, very moved, and I thank you all so very, very much. A big thank you from the part of the advisory committee, and particularly to our ADG, to dear Shamile, to Anna Paola, to everybody who's been working ceaselessly behind the scenes. You've been so effective, so generous, so tireless. We've been very, very blown away with everything you've done. And also thanks to you, each and every one of you representing the member states. You've been very generous in the way that you've worked. And to you, Madam Chair, for the way that you have guided the work leading to this historic moment. So we really wanted to thank you very much for making this bridge between the scientific community and the political one. Thank you.
Madam, I would like now to give the floor to Tunisia.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I wanted to congratulate you very, very heartily on this amazing success, with all of the effort that you have deployed to give the floor to everyone equitably, to find consensus. Your work has been so effective. Also, thank you, dear Shamila, and all of the people working in the UNESCO team. As a member of a country from the developing south, from the scientific community, we see this as a huge milestone, and we have great hopes for science to be practiced differently in the future in our countries, so that the benefits of science and cooperation in the framework of scientific output will take a whole new form. So that is our hope for the future. I want to thank all of the different country representatives for your generosity and your work towards a better world. Thank you. Thank you very much. And now I need to hand over to Brazil. Ambassador Morales, followed by the UNESCO chair and observer who is requesting the floor. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mrs. President Vera. Thank you very much. I want to very briefly only thanks the words here. First of all, for your effort, extraordinary effort, and the way that you conducted us under your leadership, that we have concluded this extraordinary document. and I have to praise the transparent way that you walk us through these negotiations. I have to thank all our colleagues that were here present and show an enormous and extraordinary example of cooperation that we will keep in our minds as an example for further and other negotiations in the future. I have to thank, of course, Ambassador Novoa from Portugal, my friend Antonio, for this proposal that is fantastic, and we are going to have this fantastic document here. And I cannot stop here, but I have to say also my thanks to Adiji Shamila Bedouel that has fight for this document and has convinced all of us of the importance of this element. Thank you for you, President, essentially for the way that you have conducted us in this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I give now the floor to the UNESCO Chair, Maza. You're muted, sir. We can't hear you.
Sorry. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I am a scientist, and I wish to express my gratitude to the Diplomatic Corps and to the fantastic institution UNESCO, with whom I am associated as the UNESCO chair. I wish just to mention that it is an outstanding experience as a scientist to pursue how such a wonderful organization is operating, in particular to witness the outstanding commitment of the Diplomatic Corps in this cause. Simply said, Madam Chair and esteemed honorable members of the Diplomatic Corps, I wish just to mention, simply said, that what you have done today is the equivalent, or the open access is the equivalent of moving from the Latin to the lingua franca, and it's the equivalent of moving from the handwriting editing to the Gutenberg press printing. This is outstanding what you have achieved, ma'am, and colleagues, and honorable members. I wish to express on behalf of all my colleagues in South Africa and in the African continent and the South and nationwide to mention or to express our gratitude to you, the Diplomatic Corps, to you, members of the UNESCO, as much as the numbers of the stars in the universe. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for your very moving words. I now give the floor to Togo. Professor Sedo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Thank you very much. Thank you for your excellent work as chairperson throughout the meeting, and we greatly appreciate your effectiveness and stringency, and the result is truly remarkable, and we congratulate you. We also wish to commend the ADG Science and her team, who have also done an excellent job, and we have been able to adopt this excellent report that has just been completed. So there lies ahead an important job, which is the appropriation of the recommendation by the member states, and this is the crucial precondition for the follow-up to the recommendation in order for us to move from a declaration to concrete action on the ground. And in concluding, I wish to thank and warmly congratulate the Ambassador of Portugal for this remarkable initiative. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson.
Dear colleagues, before I give the floor to the rapporteur, I would like to say that we're all very moved by your words and your messages on the chat. I did say it before, and I will say it again. I would like to thank Portugal for bringing this historic initiative to UNESCO, but also thank the Director General of UNESCO for taking the process and launching it, and congratulate the ADG and her team for conducting such a broad consultation with all stakeholders that brought all the communities together on this open science recommendation. And thank again the advisory committee and its president for producing such a high quality text that made our work easier. Would like to thank the members of the Bureau who helped me manage this meeting, and our rapporteur who is going to deliver in a few minutes an excellent and short report. I would like to thank the ADG and her team for the support they gave us all through this meeting. They worked nights, they worked on weekends, and would like to thank the typists that worked very hard, the translators, the interpreters, and the technicians that gave us a lot of support. The interpreters gave us extra time free of charge. Thank you so much for participating to this historic moment. And I want to also, as was said by Germany, thank the observers who were extremely active during this negotiations, thanks to the chat and the fact that we're meeting virtually, because if we were meeting physically, it would have been more difficult to see them that active, putting their comments in the chat and sometimes proposal of wording to improve the text that was taken on board by member states and presented to the meeting. All this made the dynamic of negotiations of this meeting really exceptional. And I would most of all, in the end, want to thank you all participants, all member states. You fully understood what is at stake and the importance of this recommendation to all of humanity. And you were so constructive, so flexible. We saw very clearly during this meeting that you all put the common good before everything else. Believe me, this is rare now in multilateralism. And dear colleagues, the way you participated to this meeting is multilateralism in its best form, and I would like to very sincerely thank you for that. So with your indulgence, I would like to give the floor to the rapporteur, and then the ADG will speak on behalf of the Director General before I close this session. Rapporteur, you have the floor.
Should I switch on the video here or no? Just this is enough.
From here? Yes? You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Distinguished member states, dear ambassadors, permanent delegates, advisory committee members, experts and observers, it is a great honor for me to present to you my oral report of your deliberations during the intergovernmental meetings on the draft recommendation on open science. Let me at the outset, Madam Chairperson, extend to you our profound appreciation and thank you for your unwavering leadership, your strength of will, motivation and determination. You have guided us through a challenging process with wisdom and integrity. As the chair of the intergovernmental meeting, you have ensured that every voice was heard and appreciated. Let me say on a personal note that I have learned a great deal from you since we began this intergovernmental meeting. I would like to thank Madam Shamila Nea Bedwell, Assistant Director General for Natural Sciences, and her incredible teams for their remarkable dedication and professionalism. I must also thank all members of the Bureau, namely Armenia, Canada, Egypt, and Sri Lanka, for their tireless efforts in ensuring we reach this productive conclusion. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have exchanged in a respectful manner on the proposed first draft tests. The session of the Intergovernmental Special Committee meeting related to the draft UNESCO Recommendation on Open Science opened on the 6th of May 2021, and over 220 participants from 107 member states and 62 observers from various intergovernmental, non-governmental organizations participated and deliberated on the draft Open Science recommendations. The UNESCO Assistant Director General for the Natural Sciences opened the meeting with an introductory speech highlighting the role of science in the service of people, planet, and prosperity, and the recognition of the urgent need for open science as a powerful tool to reduce the existing science, technology, and innovation gaps, to accelerate the achievement of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and fulfill the human right to science. The election of the chairperson, the vice chairpersons, and the rapporteur then took place to establish the meeting bureau. Her Excellence, Madame Vera Lacoe, Ambassador of St. Lucia to UNESCO, was elected as the chairperson of the meeting. The vice chairpersons were from Armenia, Canada, Egypt, and Sri Lanka. Mr. Hendrix Kapaipi from Zambia was nominated rapporteur. The Assistant Director General for Natural Sciences presented the consultative process that led to the proposed normative instrument and summarized the key parts of the draft recommendation. The meeting adopted the draft agenda and rules of procedure. Further to the proposal from the chairperson, the meeting decided to amend the draft timetable and extend the sessions for additional 3 hours. At the start of the debate, the delegates of 41 UNESCO member states and 12 observers took the floor to welcome the draft recommendation and commend the Secretariat for its work on the consultative process for providing a comprehensive document for achieving a global consensus on open science. In general, the member states acknowledged the urgency of open science for addressing global challenges, including the current COVID-19 pandemic, and highlighted key issues such as the need for balance between restrictions and openness, involvement of diverse stakeholders and knowledge holders in the scientific processes, the revision of the current evaluation systems, sustainability of open science infrastructures, and international collaboration in capacity building for open science. It was widely accepted that open science is the new way for practicing science and accelerating the transition of scientific discoveries to innovations for the benefit of all. The importance of open science to scientific knowledge and collaboration in the context of the COVID-19 crisis, as well as for addressing other global challenges faced by humanity, was acknowledged. It was underlined that open science is a new paradigm of scientific enterprise leading to high-impact research. Throughout these last days, there was a lively and scientific discussions around the articles. The chair brought out consensus among all member states by carefully listening to their opinions and suggestions and enabling a fruitful dialogue. Wherever possible, all the suggestions, additions, deletions were adopted for the common cause and consensus. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to inform you that we have completed the task and we have a final draft UNESCO recommendation on open science that is ready for submission to the 41st session of the General Conference in October this year. I have noted a few highlights to share with you. Delegates' appreciation for the consultative process of building this recommendation, which also pointed out the importance of aligning open science and actions relating to open educational resources. the importance of academic freedom, human rights, and gender equality-based approaches for the open science practices, the need for balancing IPs and openness and the inclusion of diversity of actors in the scientific processes which will foster the access to knowledge for everyone, that science should be considered as public good. Therefore, international cooperation and long-term investment in non-profit and community-based infrastructures with interconnectivity and interoperability should be considered by all countries. The need for international cooperation, open licenses, and access without embargoes for all publications and empowerment of human rights for marginalized groups. The need for a flexible open science instrument which encompasses different actors and builds on existing regulations such as the existing intellectual property frameworks. The efficiency of the North-South and South-South cooperation and engagement, which was emphasized during the preparatory process of the recommendation and which should be continued through scientific collaborations, building common infrastructures and capacity building without blockages and sanctions. Inclusion of open science in STI National Policy Plan and the need for respect for indigenous knowledge systems and cooperation in building infrastructures and existing flexibilities in the times of global crisis. Member states voiced out the need for equity of access for all publication systems and recognized the need for bibliodiversity and multilingualism. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, since the process of the elaboration of a UNESCO recommendation on open science, which began in October 2019 with the 40th conference draft resolution, UNESCO established the advisory committee and organized several national, regional, and international consultations. During the process, we had a number of opportunities to actively engage in a dynamic and open debate over the nature and content of the recommendations. We have now completed that phase with the process and recommendations you have before you. This document will be submitted to the 41st session of the General Conference for adoption by all member states. Colleagues, Madam Chair, as this is the last time I address you as the rapporteur for the Intergovernmental Committee on the elaboration of this draft recommendation, I would like to thank you all for your patience and kindness. It has been an honor and a privilege to serve as your rapporteur. Dear Member States, you have made history today. I send you my congratulations for this exemplary recommendation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, dear Rapporteur. I'm the one who's honored to have you as a Rapporteur. Thank you so much for this excellent report. You will, of course, receive this report by mail. We've sent it before the meeting, but we will send it to you again as, of course, the Rapporteur has reviewed it, and you will get the final version by mail. Now, before I officially close this meeting, I would like to give the floor to our dear ADG Science, who wishes to say a few words in her name, the name of her team, and in the name of the DG and all of UNESCO. You have the floor, Madam.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We have come a long way. It indeed is a very humbling process today. And I'm honored to address you. Having grown up under the apartheid of South Africa, I have strongly believed in the ideals of UNESCO. And UNESCO has always represented to me a place of dialogue, of peace, of diplomacy, of strength and solidarity. I'm humbled here before you because I represent all those people in the world that look up to UNESCO for the ideals for which it stands for. UNESCO was established after the ravages of the Second World War to build peace in the minds of men and women through the education, science, culture, and communication. Today we have demonstrated, you, the member states, have demonstrated that we can continue to build peace in the minds of men and women through access to scientific and technological advances to ensure that no one is left behind, especially all the other children, like me, and the modest regions from which we all come from. I want to sincerely thank, firstly, the Director General for assigning me with this very important responsibility as a newcomer to UNESCO. My first meeting on the 1st of April was with Ambassador Novo, who presented to me this wonderful opportunity, which I jumped on because I saw immediately the opportunities for people across the world, south, north, north, south. So I sincerely want to thank the Director General for that. I want to thank you, Madam Chair.
Made me cry. Ridiculous.
Madam Chair has just said that I made her cry. Madam Chair, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for your motivation, your encouragement, and especially the energy in keeping us on our toes. I don't think many of the participants would know that since we began this journey together last Wednesday, when you were assigned as the chair of this intergovernmental meeting, you have always kept us on our toes with the encouragement, motivation, support, but also with the drive that we really see today in multilateralism, believing in the common good and that science can bring nations together. Madam Chair, today you have demonstrated what we call the soft convening power of science, science diplomacy. You have united nations, civil society, the private sector, and the world by bringing us together in this unusual agreement on a recommendation for open science. It is therefore our wish here at UNESCO that the world would also see this science diplomacy and convert it into the health diplomacy, and to ensure that every person across the world has access to the vaccines today, and that nobody is left outside of this game, and not to increase the digital, technological knowledge divide between nations. So I do hope that the world is looking at us here today and saying, yes, UNESCO can, and we can. And every child and every person has the right to vaccines and to the health technologies which are being developed by very few in the world. And that is our plea today. If science diplomacy can thrive in UNESCO, then so can health diplomacy. And that is my appeal to everybody today. This therefore calls for what is called the scientific humanism in a troubled world. And that's what UNESCO stands for. And it should be in our endeavors to all of us for a peaceful world. My deep appreciation goes to all the member states, to all of you who have made this possible, bringing us here together despite the time zones, participating, and also encouraging us. You have also participated in every one of the regional meetings. And for that, I want to thank our excellent regional directors and the teams who have brought you together. This meeting would have not been possible without having your input from all the regions. And that would not have been possible without the advisory committee, steered by Fernanda Bagel and her team, all the experts, all the observers, and all the participants in all the regional meetings that has enabled this historic recommendation to take place here today. So, dear member states, this is really historic for you. But in 1997, you already set the trends in the 29th General Conference, when new member states have adopted the only existing declaration of our responsibilities towards future generations. And you can be proud today that you are looking after future generations, not only the generations, but the people and the planet, because this recommendation will ensure technology transfer to address all the emerging needs and challenges of the world today, building back after COVID, but also protecting our environment. I want to thank the chair very much. I want to thank the Bureau members, the rapporteurs, the advisory committee, and I also want to thank our team here in UNESCO. The team of the translators, thank you very much for being with us, the technicians, to every one of those who ensured that we could meet here in a safe sanitary measures and conditions. And I want to thank sincerely the team of the science sector who have led us through this, who have made sure and coordinated all the regional meetings, bringing together experts across time zones. I can recall at midnight talking to people in the Pacific Islands, or maybe at 6 o'clock in the morning talking to other parts of the world. So thank you to Peggy, the director of the division, to Anna Pasic, Anna Paula. Thank you, Anne Flo. Thank you to Ferry, to Despoina, but to all the others, Cornelia Hook, everybody who has sent out small little messages of encouragement and thanking us all. Dear colleagues, this is historic. No other organization in the world has the S. And in 1946, when new member states put the S in it, it was for a reason. Let us now work together. The journey has only just begun. We need to walk the talk and to make sure that this recommendation meets the needs of every one of those child that dies because of the lack of access to medication. Every day, 2,195 children die of diarrhea because they don't have safe access to water and medication. And let's meet again in a few years' time and be proud that UNESCO is home and able to build a scientific culture, a new paradigm for science, a science which is open to all, more and better science, an inclusive science that includes every person on this earth. Thank you all very much. I'm humbled and grateful to be with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, dear ADG, for this very moving speech. I don't think anything should be added to this. So I therefore now thank you all for the last time and consider this intergovernmental meeting officially closed. And goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations to everyone.
Thank you to all. Wonderful. Thank you.
Everybody.
Congratulations.
Bye-bye.
Thank
you. Goodbye.
Thank you. Goodbye. Congratulations.
You're great, really.
Mm-hmm.